they've probably got it muted, but
Yeah.
I don't know that they do.
Is that see if the sounds, see if you can turn the sound up, see if I can hear anything. They got it muted. Yeah.
So if you need to look, that little thing comes up. No, it's all on.
I tell you, if you don't mind just staying up here until it gets started.
Can I go get me another cup of coffee?
Yeah, yeah.
We'll try that, boys. We'll try that. Must have touched that. Okay.
There we go.
I'm going to sit in my queen's throne here. My Christmas gift I still haven't paid completely off yet.
Oh, that's fun.
So will they take a lunch break?
They're trying to get me hooked up because I can't hear them. They can probably hear me.
Should you do the unmute deal?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Are they talking? What did that thing say to come?
Okay.
Exhibit D is the affidavit. No. Commissioner Westfall, do you hear me? Unmute your mic this time.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Section 29, Township 8 North, Range 14 West. County is Conway, Field, 3, Gulf State area. Ranking your records, sir. The exhibits here on page 2 of the application, they are exhibit A, part taking notice. Exhibit B is 2 level test. Exhibit C is approved publication, and exhibit D is affidavit notice.
That's right.
No, that's why. Commissioner Westfall, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. It's still garbled in the background.
Well, I'm afraid it's going to be with all the background noise we got. I don't know that I can get rid of that. My main thing was you could hear at least.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you clear.
Okay. Okay. I love my job. No.
I'm still working into I think it'll work. All right, did everybody settle down, please? I think we're ready to go. Apologies for the delay. Mr. Rankin, when we go back on the record.
I think we closed the record on the evidence.
I'm not sure where we were in the process. I think I was close. So is there anything else you need to add before I do shut down the evidentiary part of the record?
Not unless the commissioners have any questions.
All right, let me ask again, commissioners, any questions whatsoever? All right, if not, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record will close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission?
Second.
That was a close one in the second. I'm gonna leave it to the new director to decide who made the second.
I'm gonna go with Commissioner Weiser because I got to my ear first.
Okay. All in favor, show of hands. All right, motion passes. We're going to move the riverfront exploration, which is next on the agenda, to the end of the regular docket. Next item on the agenda is docket number 023-2025-04. The applicant is Tetra Technologies, Inc. Mr. Tom Daly is the attorney of record. The subject is order establishing an expansion brine unit, unleased mineral interest integration. Location is multiple. County is Columbia. I believe on this particular docket, we have at least one recusal that I'm aware of. And I believe Mr. Ritchie is going to be taking the place of one of our commissioners. Yes, sir. And Commissioner Watson, you're the individual that's refusing on this one?
I'm refusing on the next one.
Or next month, yeah. Okay, so Commissioner Boswell, you're refusing to this.
Tetra.
No?
So.
Oh, Commissioner, okay, I apologize, okay. All right. Can you confirm that? Records confirming who is refused, which commissioner is refusing on this matter. Mr. Taylor, you are recognized. I apologize.
Thank you. I've handed each commissioner a copy of Exhibit M, which lists the remainder of the pre-filed exhibits. In addition, we have exhibits H1, which is an updated H, summary of records, secure leases, and H2, which lists the two parties to be dismissed. I have, as witnesses, Mr. Jerry Reynolds, who will give testimony as the land, Mr. Henry Langford, who is going to give a narrative of the applicant's plans with respect to the expansion area and the modification that it permits with the plan for the entire unit. And Mr. Nate Byers will testify as to the geology and engineering aspects of the unit as amended and expanded. Ms. Emily Olson is here as well. If there are questions that she can better answer than Mr. Byers. Both Mr. Byers and Ms. Olson were pre-qualified in order reference number 022-2023-04. We therefore move the exhibit of the addition of the exhibits identified on Exhibit M, Exhibit M itself, and the two supplemental exhibits into evidence, and request that the previous docket where Ms. Olson and Mr. Byers were recognized be incorporated.
The motion is granted. The exhibits are made part of the record, Mr. Daly, as well as the expertise credentials of the witnesses. Before we get into the testimony, Mr. Pendleton, do we have any objections on this particular document? I'm looking through the staff and I don't see anyone. Am I missing something?
We've never received it.
Okay. I've got some comment cards as well, but I don't see this particular docket reference. So I'm going to ask, does anybody in the audience wish to make a comment on this particular docket before we get into testimony? Somewhere, nobody's coming in the door and bringing the chair down. But we might have to take them at the tail end, Mr. Chairman. Oh, you just turned the car. He turned the car. Oh, we turned in the car?
Mr. David, this is the Evergreen unit.
This is the Evergreen unit, a proposed addition to the Evergreen unit on its east end.
And so is this Tony and Kate Clark? Yes. Okay. Are you Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Come on up here, sir. Not really a seat at the table for you, but.
She gave me.
Oh, thank you so much. Would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record? You filled out a comment card. What would you like to make in terms of your comments regarding docket number 2025-04, sorry?
There's a particular well, Beulah Taylor #1, that's within 250 yards of my home. Of course, you know that they have the high H2S content. And then the fact that I have a water well, my only water source, is located within 250 yards of this well, which could be potential contamination at some point. The other issue is whenever they're working on that well, it becomes sorry for a second. It's a noise nuisance, light nuisance, and just as, whenever they had the rig on there, my wife and kids sometimes had a hard time sleeping because of that. I think it was there for at least a month, maybe longer. But just potential harm to me, myself, and my family, and then also, like I said, our water source. Big concern for me.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Clark. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Clark that you'd like to ask? All right, Clark, thank you very much for your comment. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this matter? Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir, I do wish to speak.
Well, I know.
And question Mr. Reynolds.
All right, sir, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
State your name, please.
Jared Reynolds.
You supervise the acquisition, attempts to acquire oil and gas leases and or other agreements with respect to the proposed Evergreen expansion unit, which is subject to this application.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And did you prepare first Exhibit H and then supplement it with Exhibit H1 and Exhibit H2 as far as the documentation of those efforts?
That's correct.
Are those three true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Questions from the people?
Commissioners, any questions? Apparently not, Mr. Bailey.
All right. The next witness is Henry Landry. Henry, state your name.
My name is Henry Landry.
Swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing that you will not do nothing but. Thank you, sir.
Did you just say before you were under oath that your name is Henry Landry?
I did, in fact, yes, my name is Henry Landry.
If you would, Henry, utilizing a little slideshow that we have prepared, would you explain to the commission the purpose and utilization of the expansion acreage and its relationship to the previously formed Evergreen unit?
Yes, I will do that. At the moment, I will share the presentation.
You may need to lean into your microphone a little bit so that everyone, including Commissioner Westfall, can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure if everybody can see that adequately. Oh, here we go. Yeah, pardon me, Cleveland. Yeah, so we are asking approval for this area outlined in red to be added to the Evergreen unit, which is outlined in green below. And you can see from the diagram that up against the proposed unit to the north and the existing production area to the east, that this is a very effective way to square off what would otherwise be stranded acreage, is the term that we use. The second thing that supports this application is the unit size increase. And particularly up in that corner, will delay breakthrough of tail brine to our supply wells, considerably optimizing our resource recovery. So when we go into our development plan, you can see how this expansion aids our ability to extract the resource more optimally. And then our final point today is there are some injection wells to the east of us that we feel this expansion would help us mitigate any influence from into our usage. If it's very slow to respond to folks.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So you can see on this particular slide, our 5 production wells to the west and injection to the east, utilizing that expanded area. This is a development plan that we see maximizing the resource off of the Evergreen unit. And furthermore, you can see as the injection plume to the east begins to influence the supply wells to the center of the unit, that those supply wells would be converted to injection wells, and we would put new supply wells to the west, maximizing the sweep in an east to west direction. And that is effectively what we have to demonstrate.
Let me ask commissioners if they have any questions for Mr. Knight.
Commissioners, any questions?
The well we were talking about a minute ago, the Beulah Taylor, I guess, is that one of these wells?
No, sir, that is not actually a well that Tetra Technologies operates, or
That's operated by somebody else.
correct, sir.
Does this configuration close any potential windows?
We believe so, yes.
That's exactly what it does. And it was made possible once Tetra realized the configurations of the 2 units surrounding it, and also noticed the influence of the Albemarle area, production area to further to the east. So the statute, the Bryan statute that we talk so much about, provides for expansion units, and it provides for those expansion units to consist of at least 1,280 acres, but then it provides an exception that the commission can grant a smaller expansion unit for good cause. And it's pretty obvious what the good cause is here. There's no place else to go, and it closes a window, and you know how we will.
One other question, at some point during the testimony, will somebody address that whether or not the unit operating agreement is identical to what was previously adopted?
I will address that. Yes, it is verbatim copy. And we're mindful of the commission's interest in having some sort of a uniform Bryan unit operating agreement. And I know for a fact we're working on something like that, and hope to get it accomplished in the near future.
Will that include a unified Bryan lease as well?
I don't have a problem with that at all. But there is something that we need to be aware of, and that is that this statute, unlike the oil and gas statute, does not provide expressly for a lease as one of the options to an integrated partner. And so I don't know for sure even that the order of the commission integrating a Bryan unit can provide for a lease. It can provide for a royalty. And what we have requested here is that as one of the voluntary options, the parties could failure to do anything according to the statute gets you a royalty. And that's, you know, until and unless the statute is changed in that regard, that's it. But I have no problem with the concept of, you know, dealing with variances between leases. Oh, you have to remember also that there's a lot of people out there trying to buy brine leases, and we can't control everybody's form.
Any other commissioners? Any of the witnesses for today?
Yes, sir. Mr. Nate Byers will testify as to the technical issues. You want to pass the laptop down to Nate? I didn't drive it.
All right, sir, well, that's being passed down. You said, you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Please state your name
Nathaniel Byers.
and how are you employed?
I'm a vice president and principal engineer with Longquist and Company.
Have Longquist and Company consulted with the applicant Tetra throughout the formation of the Evergreen unit and now with respect to the expansion?
Yes, we've been providing consulting since 2022, since the beginning.
If you would please take us through your presentation and explain the geologic aspects and particularly the manner in which adding this acreage will enhance and improve the ability as a unit.
Mhm. Well, it's fairly simple. The primary benefit that we see with unit expansion is that it will allow greater spacing between the injection and supply wells. When the spacing is larger, this increases the time that passes before breakthrough of the depleted tail brine reaches the supply wells. And then there's also this expansion will increase the area of the reservoir that will be effectively swept before that breakthrough of the tail brine occurs. And then there are inherent uncertainties in how the reservoir is actually going to perform. These are associated with the spatial distribution of the permeability and also an inferred and isotropic east-west flow in the reservoir. We believe that there's that favors east-west flow. And so another benefit of the larger unit area is that it's given us more flexibility in the placing of the initial wells to account for these uncertainties and to enhance the likelihood of long-term sustained resource recovery. So I'm going to go to the slide that shows the revised development plan now. The proposed unit expansion is shown in yellow there on the northeast portion of the original Evergreen unit. The bottom hole locations for these supply wells are shown with the little green dots with the crosses on the western side of the unit, and then the bottom hole locations for 5 potential injection wells are shown on the eastern side with the red dots. The dashed lines are the associated directional paths, and the 3 yellow squares are proposed surface locations for these wells. So this development plan shows greater spacing between supply and injection wells that can be achieved with this expanded unit. On average, the spacing between supply and injection is about 50% larger than we had on the original development plan. And then the main factor driving this particular layout, the reason that we have the injection wells on the east side of the unit and supply wells on the west side, is that we believe that there's a bromine depleted brine front just east of the unit boundary. This is due to historical injection of tail brine from operations to the east that's occurred kind of on the right edge of the map that you see there. Our modeling indicates that early breakthrough of this tail brine would occur if this portion of the unit was used for brine production. And so I'm going to go then to the next slide just so we can explain what we anticipate utilizing the northwest portion of the unit for. We're showing here the potential locations for future supply wells that would be placed further to the west of the tail brine front at some point. And so we show the sweep direction there of the tail brine coming from the injection wells. This phase progression of well placement has been historically utilized successfully in other brine producing fields in this region. And that's everything I have to say.
Questions for Mr. Byers?
Commissioners, any questions?
So, say the acreage to the east that it was used to inject tail brine, was it ever produced as supply brine? Acreage, or has it always been just tail brine?
It's always been just tail brine, and actually since 1974, a very successful injection well has been injecting, and no production in that area occurred until 20 years later. But since 1994, there has been production of brine. It's just further to the north of that injection.
This is in the Albemarle area, and their production wells are pressure enhanced by that well, but H-work confirms that some of that tail brine has gone to the west as well, and would break through quickly into Evergreen if Evergreen didn't place its injection on that side.
How far to the east is that injection?
It's actually just outside of the extent of that map. So let's say a mile.
It doesn't show it on here.
It's just outside the extent of that map, and then we've modeled that tail brine plume as kind of resting just outside the unit expansion boundary there.
And you said north of that injection well where the tail brine went was production.
That's correct.
But so was it west enough to be on the north side of the addition of the unit?
No.
It was.
No, those production wells are also off this map, slightly to the northeast.
Any other commissioners? Bailey, any other witnesses?
No, I would request that the slideshow, which Mr. Landry and Mr. Byers have shown to the commission, be admitted also into evidence and will label it Exhibit N.
Motion is granted. Exhibit N is made part of the record.
And I would ask you, whether you want this printed or whether you want it as.
You can give us an electronic copy, that'll be fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else you need from an evidentiary standpoint, Mr. Taylor? All right. With that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission on this docket? Second. Motion made by Commissioner Woodford, second by Commissioner Phillips. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, show of hands. The motion passes, I think, by 8 votes, but Commissioner Westfall is blanked out. So I'm assuming, Commissioner Westfall, you were voting in favor.
Yes, Commissioner Westfall
Yes,
in favor.
and Commissioner Fitchie is special commissioner on this matter, and that is noted for the record as well. All right, thank you, Mr. Daly.
Thank you. Business to set up for the next.
Sure.
Let's see, where'd my hands go? I had it here somewhere. Okay. There's one right around over there. Go through that. I might use this for doing something else. Yeah, this
Several times.
I'm back again. That's right.
We got a short break. I was in the touch
Randy, you okay? Yeah, me too. All right, folks, could you take your seat again, please? All right, we're back on the record. Next item on the docket is docket number 2024-2025-04. Applicant is Saltworks LLC. Attorneys of record are Mr. Thomas Daly and Mr. Michael Daly. Subject matter is an order establishing a brine unit unleased mineral interest integration. Location is multiple and county is Lafayette and Miller. Mr. Daly, you're recognized, but before we get into that, I know I have two refusals. One is Commissioner Weiser and the other one is Commissioner Lawson. They are being replaced by Special Commissioner Pitchy and Special Commissioner Norvell. And just want to take an opportunity to acknowledge both of you and thank you for agreeing to serve as special commissioners for this topic. All right, Mr. Daly.
Thank you, Judge Bolton. Documentary evidence pre-filed by the applicant is listed on its exhibit M. We have handed to the commissioners this morning also a printout of the PowerPoint presentation, which will be utilized for the testimony. And we'll pre-introduce that as Exhibit N. We have a number of potential expert witnesses present. A total of 6 whose names are listed at the conclusion of Exhibit M. None of them have previously testified in this commission, but all of their resumes are reproduced in the pre-filed exhibits as probably Exhibit C. And I would request that first, that the exhibits as just referenced be admitted into evidence. And second, that each of the lady and gentlemen listed on Exhibit M as expert witnesses be recognized as qualified by their education and experience to testify on their areas of expertise in this particular.
I'm going to go ahead and grant your motion and make the exhibits as part of the record. Are you certain that all 6 of them are going to be testified?
No, actually, there may be questions that one or another can best answer, and so they are available.
So why don't we do this, rather than just accepting their credentials, which I read their resumes, their credentials, fine. But I'm a little hesitant to accept them in terms of their testimony and accept their expertise if they're not going to testify. But why don't we do that individually? Like, if you have a column, just remind me, and I will go ahead and acknowledge it and accept their expertise for this document.
The first 2, Mr. Ames and Mr. Constantinou, will testify. And I'm going to request that they be allowed to testify in tandem, as we've done in the past, with questions after they're completed.
All right, so the motion for the 2 witnesses is granted and their expertise is recognized and acknowledged by the commission. I also have a number of exhibits in terms of letters that have been mailed in or sent in, emailed in. I've got 5 objections to this docket and then 4 that are in support. And I'm going to go ahead and on my own move the admission of these letters into the docket. And then I've got 4 comment cards on this docket. I'm going to go ahead, before you get into the testimony, Mr. Daly, I'm going to go ahead and give the public comments of these 4 individuals on this docket. The first one I have is Cheryl Edwards, representing Southern Arkansas University. Ms. Edwards present? Ah, there you are. And would you be so kind as to state your name for the record?
Yes, thank you, Judge. My name is Cheryl Edwards, and I am the Associate Vice President for Strategic Initiatives for Southern Arkansas University. As such, I am serving as the Executive Director of Lithium Learns, a hire grant funded by the state of Arkansas to develop a talent pipeline for the nascent lithium industry, which is a very important strategic initiative for SAU. Lithium Learns is a partner in Lithium Works, a placement and supply chain grant that is also funded by the state in support of the nascent lithium industry. Although the Smackover formation extends across multiple southern states, industry leaders chose to seek a first mover, first investment in the state of Arkansas. This decision by Saltworks provides enhanced opportunities for South Arkansas students to be educated locally by institutions of higher education who develop programs with industry guidance ensuring a prepared, homegrown labor force for the jobs created by the salt works investment. This means South Arkansas children will be able to find jobs that keep them in South Arkansas to live, work, raise families, build communities, and spur economic growth and development. On behalf of Lithium Learns, Lithium Works, and Southern Arkansas University, I urge the Arkansas Oil and Gas Commission to approve the Saltworks Pine Unit application today. Let's move Arkansas one step closer to being a national leader in critical element development and in the lithium industry production. And you have my record of support on the letter on file as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Next card I have is from Verona Swanigan. I'm probably butchering that name.
Actually, you did pretty well.
Usually I butcher names unbelievably.
You know,
Anyway, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record?
I shall. My name is Attorney Verona Swanigan. I have been hired by the Oliver Hayes Estate, which comprises of 52 acres of the land involved in this case, as well as a family that is approximately 70 members strong. This family is objecting to this moving forward today, not objecting to it moving forward in general, but objecting to being forced into a lease, as they have not been provided proper notice to move forward, not been allowed to have me negotiate on their behalf to get a lease that is actually something that would be financially suitable, that would be economically appropriate. The terms that are currently on the table, in my personal opinion, are laughable compared to what this is actually worth. This state has a resource that is an overwhelming financial benefit. And it should be that this state makes the money off of that resource. The people of this state deserve to make the income. I do agree with the woman from the university that this will bring in jobs. However, those jobs should come with an income level that matches the resource. It should not come with the minimal income that a lot of Arkansas people currently receive, or positions that in other states they would earn twice that amount. We deserve in this state to get compensated for what we own, what we have, and this family has owned this land for over 100 years. On this land sits their family cemetery, where there are relatives in that graveyard that have been in that grave for over 100 years. This land also sits their family's church that their great-great-grandfather built. It was the first African-American church in the area. It should not be picked up and destroyed purely for financial gain, and then the family not get what it is entitled to. Lastly, I will state this: the other major problem that I have, that my clients have, is what the gentleman came forward to say a little while ago, and he spoke as eloquently as a homeowner would when he stated, "I'm afraid for my family and their ability to have drinkable water." Arkansas's biggest resource is its water. It is one of the few places in this country that we have hot springs. It is one of the few places in this country that people literally, in California, they run for the water that is sold from Arkansas. We should not be light-handed in wasting that water and wasting that resource. There are too many states in this country that already have terrible drinking water for its citizens. So if you're going to allow people in oil and gas to put that at risk, they should also be required to supply water back into the state. They should put in water tanks for this gentleman that was here today. He should have a water tank placed on his land that he does not have to pay for if his water is technically at risk. And I believe that it is. Every piece of research that I've read on this process says that when this is done, the land is destitute, the water is undrinkable. That's every research that I've read, no matter if it's the old way of doing this or if it's the new way of doing it. And I think that has to be a major consideration of yours before we just flippantly say, okay, sure, go ahead, do what you want to do, pay them minimal dollars, we'll go ahead and get our tax money, and that's that.
There's way too much involved in this, and it has a long-term repercussions. My clients currently on this land have earned income from oil as well as timber. They are getting paid almost $100,000 every time they cut that timber down. They should not be put in a position where they won't get that legacy funding that their great ancestors put for them to have. This should not happen, not today. I'm not saying it should not happen, period. I'm saying they should be ordered to come have a conversation with me so that we can negotiate actual terms that respect the community, that enlighten and enhance the value of that property, and they should be paid what it is worth. I've read too many contracts in this similar situation where people have been paid millions of dollars upfront for their land before it is destroyed, before they then pay back them the 1/8 compensation. They have not had the opportunity to have the discussion. They have not had proper notification. This should cease, otherwise it is purely eminent domain without proper compensation. It is a eminent taking. It is eminent domain without proper compensation, which is illegal, unconstitutional. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the commission? Thank you, ma'am. Last part I have for this particular docket is Avetta Whitby. And would you be so kind as to state your name for the record? Sure.
You better with me. I received this letter just a few weeks ago that on behalf of my mother who died not too long ago. And it's just bringing tears to my eyes because I feel like that no one has actually notified us as it relates to this letter. And on behalf of my family, I would like to get the opportunity to either negotiate with someone or hire someone as it relates to this. Because we are aware of this and we are aware that we should be getting fair market values as it relates to this. I would just like to speak with someone concerning this because I don't feel like it's fair for someone to negotiate on my behalf. Me and my siblings. So that's basically what, and my husband is here to support me because it's just emotional when it comes to talking about my mom.
All right, ma'am, let me.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine, ma'am. I know the commission understands. I'm not certain what letter you have in front of you or what it pertains to, but let me ask the commission if they have any questions for you. Commissioners, any questions? All right, ma'am. Thank you for coming up. I know it was difficult and painful for you to come up and tell the commission what's going on. It may be that somebody may get with you after this docket is closed to visit with you and maybe give you an explanation about what's happening. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
For coming up. Now we're losing power. Thank you, ma'am.
That gentleman that was in earlier on the test, I found a well on the center of the empty.
That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, we kind of figured it out. Yes, sir. All right, thank you again, ma'am, for coming in. And I know that somebody's going to be able to give you a better explanation, okay?
Thank
All right, those are the only cards I have. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this topic? Mr. Daly.
Our first witness is Mr. Remy Lawasso. I wonder, Judge Gold, if I identify the witnesses who are definitely going to testify, you want to swear them all at the same time.
I can do that, certainly.
Right. They are Remy Lawasso, Mr. Constantinou, and Mr. Ames, and Miss Stephanie Lawler.
Could you folks be so kind as to raise your right hands? Do you swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Daly.
All right, Remy, please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Remy Lawasso.
And I assume that someone is going to follow along and change the slides.
Yes.
Okay. If you will, please identify yourself as in terms of your position with Saltworks, and then introduce the commissioners to Saltworks' interest and proposed projects within its proposed pine unit.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, so as Tom requested, my name is Remy Lawasso. I'm the lithium area manager for ExxonMobil, as well as our affiliate Saltworks, focused on the potential development of brine across a variety of states within the United States. I'm here today representing the business development side and application of Saltworks for the pine brine production unit. So I'd like to take a little bit of time to help explain, just as Tom did, the purpose of our application, the preparations up front, who is Saltworks, and the requested reliefs that we have before the commission today. Today we'll be discussing three different reliefs that have been requested: the creation of the pine brine unit, the integration of unleased brine interest owners, and the confirmation of the potential for profitable lithium extraction. Each of these are areas that will follow on with subsequent testimony and conversation. We're here today because Saltworks has completed an extensive amount of effort and preparatory activities to adhere to the requirements set forth in statute for the creation of a brine unit and the integration of those opportunities. I have here before you a summary of those lists, of which the complete findings of each of those can be found within the exhibits of our application. Next slide, please. So to set a bit of foundation, as often we mention who is Saltworks and what is ExxonMobil's interests or focus in these areas. I represent ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions, which is a division of ExxonMobil, consistent along with also our upstream traditional oil and gas business, as well as our product solutions business, which is our specialty chemicals refining business, and created just a few years ago our low carbon solutions business. Our low carbon solutions business is built upon a series of core competencies the company has over 140 years of experience within. That includes both our understanding of subsurface technology and reservoir management and applications, our expertise in chemical processing, development, and design, and our capabilities, which extend to some of the largest and greatest and most complex projects in the oil and gas and energy industry today. Through this low carbon solutions business, we're focused on three primary verticals of that business: carbon capture and sequestration business, also known as CCS, a hydrogen business, and as well a brine to lithium business, of which we're here discussing portions of today. Across those businesses, ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions has estimated a forecasted spend of over $30 billion of potential investments in lowering emissions through those investment opportunities across our portfolio and new developments. Next slide, please. So who is Saltworks? Saltworks has been actively building a regional position within South Arkansas for the purposes of producing brine. It is an affiliate of ExxonMobil. It is the operator of record here in Arkansas, and it is the entity which holds the mineral leasing and drilling permits today from which Saltworks has been operating and expects to operate continuing and moving forward. Our area of interest spans across multiple counties, including Miller, Lafayette, and Columbia County, encompassing over 450,000 gross acres, and we continue to actively lease around that area to enable the potential for resource developments. Across these areas, we completed a large regional appraisal program, a modern seismic survey capabilities. This allows us to better understand and assess the geologic elements necessary to evaluate for potential resource development and to enable both the near-term development planning aspects and also potential longer-term reservoir management strategies to enhance and enable the maximum development of these types of resources. We have spent significant time in engineering efforts and research in trialing numerous technologies in production and process design equipment, as well as engineering efforts for potential project development plans and the testing and development of these types of brines for their transfer and translation into the manufactured goods such as battery-grade lithium carbonates and hydroxides. We've also signed 2 memorandums of understanding with potential customers for these types of resources and development, indicating a potential for commerciality and profitable extraction that could be developed with these types of projects. And we've been present within the region. We've established offices within the locale. We've built relationships with the community and continue to progress all the different types of elements that could bring to the potential socioeconomic benefits to landowners, mineral owners, jobs and opportunities that exist within the community as we operate. So today we're here to discuss the proposed pine brine production unit, which becomes the first portion of a key regulatory step towards the potential to develop brine and the extraction of additional substances such as lithium. We've taken a variety of considerations into this development, of which our subsurface team and others will speak to here in a moment. But it's been sized to produce and support necessary volumes of brine for potential commercial scales. As we're all aware, brine and its elements within it has a variety of elements that exist in fairly low concentrations relative to brine or salty water itself. So these require potentially significant scales of which to consider for commercial development. With our pine production unit, we believe we've developed a plan that can characterize and support both long-term facility investments as well as the reservoir management and ultimate resource recovery from this geographic area. The subsurface has been evaluated and supported by both a recent appraisal program as well as significant additional data from the region, which our subsurface team talked to here. We have high mineral owner support with mineral leasing completed for greater than 75% of the net effective acreage across this area. And consistent with all the regional brine operations that are being proposed or considering and continuing forward, we've worked to maximize that potential resource development, just as the Commission has stated in previous aspects, ensuring that there are no windows or gaps in the potential inclusion of resource through this development plan. And you can see that on the map here as the various proposed brine units or existing brine units and how they relate to each other. So our subsurface team will talk through additional exhibits, but I'd like to provide the overview plat, which highlights the overall pine brine unit production plan. Some of the key metrics associated with this that encompasses greater than 56,000 acres of development opportunity and for resource. Our planned production rate through this development with our current development plan averages 165,000 barrels of production per day across 10 production wells and 12 injection wells distributed across the acreage to allow for the effective development and production of the resource. As I highlighted, Saltworks has completed mineral leasing of greater than 75% of the net effective acreage as of the application submission, and providing here an update that as of today, Saltworks has over 80% of net mineral lease within the proposed unit. I'd now like to turn it over to our subsurface team to provide an overview of how they intend to present the elements to provide for the geologic and engineering data necessary for the Oil and Gas Commission here today to review our application for the pine unit. So thank you very much.
First, let me ask if the commissioners have any questions, Mr. Rosso, at this point.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, one question. Really, where is the plant going to be Or have you even decided yet within this unit?
So we have a variety of locations available to that. We do own surface acreage within the unit as well as an opportunity for that plan.
Any other commissioners? David?
All right, Tom and Alex, if you will, explain the geologic and engineering basis for the application. And before you each begin, tell the commissioners again your name and your position with Salt.
Sure, thanks, Tom. My name is Tom Ames. I'm the subsurface manager for lithium brine development in Southwest Arkansas. And as I said, I'll be presenting with my colleague Alex Jensen, who's our lead geologist on the project, the subsurface characterization and the development plan for this region. So starting out this section, we'll be focusing on the areas of the statute as shown on the slide. Specifically, we'll be trying to focus on why we believe that our plan for development will effectively drain the unit and protect correlative rights. And so our agenda to do so today can be on the right of the slide. Alex will talk to the first three bullets. We'll first share our understanding of the regional context and the extensive database that we use for our assessment of the area. Then he'll share with you some of the information from our targeted appraisal program and some of the additional information we got there to flush out the data that we had for our assessment. And then finally, he'll end with the characterization of the subsurface. And not to steal his thunder, but we believe there's about 6 billion barrels in place of brine within the unit to be produced in the upper Smackover. After Alex is done, I'll take over to talk a little bit about the results of our well test that were performed as part of that appraisal program, which will lead into our well placement philosophy and why we believe that is a good development plan for this project. And with that, I'll hand it over to Alex.
Members of the Commission, good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Alex Constantino. I'm the lead geologist in the project, and I'll be starting today with the regional context of the Smackover. I'm going to zoom out and talk about how the Smackover formed. I'm going to take you on a journey about 155 million years ago. So this part of the Gulf Coast was a shallow marine basin, and in this shallow marine basin, the Smackover reservoir was deposited. Right where we're sitting today, we would have been about under 5 to 10 feet of water, so we'll be snorkeling right now. So what I have here is a paleogeographic map that shows that the Smackover is a broad carbonate ramp that formed from all the way from Texas to Florida, and I'm showing where the shoreline of the Smackover was at the time. And the light blue polygon shows the part of the marine basin that has been fairly shallow water carbonate ramp. The darker blue polygon to the south is where the basin will become deep. Now you take a cross section from A to A prime. I have a diagram on the bottom that shows how that ramp would look like. And the green shaded parts of the diagram highlight the shallowest water part of the ramp, where the high energy would form these carbonate beaches, where the carbonate particles would be the spherical things that we call weeds, and the rock that you would form is the ullage. If you move further away from the green parts into the deeper part of the basin, the energy of the environment of the position would be lower, and you end up depositing finer grain particles, more muddy, so the reservoir quality, the porosity degrades from left to right on the diagram. I'm also highlighting with the yellow shaded part where we think our fine brine production units. The other part that I want to highlight from this map is that there is a series of wells that again span from Texas all the way to Florida. Those are wells with full Smackover conventional core that we have in our repository at ExxonMobil that we've taken out, dusted off, and looked at before we started evaluating the whole area, and before deciding to zoom in and focus in Arkansas. My next slide is going to be the detailed story graph following of the Smackover within this specific region. And I'm highlighting with the green band our primary focus for the first development. And I'm going to walk you through this slide pretty quickly. The first thing is I'm going to point out the stratigraphy from the bottom up. We have the Luana evaporite. On top of it, we have the Northwest sands. And then on top of that, about 1,000 feet of carbonate, the Smackover formation. which we've subdivided into lower, middle, and upper smuggle bed. The next three columns that I have there are basically the typical logs that you collect in the smuggle bed: gamma ray, resistivity, medium shallow, and the neutron density. We use those three logs to calculate porosity, which is the fifth column there. The total porosity log, which increases from right to left. And what I'm highlighting, the parts that are shaded darker blue, are the parts of the where the rock is more than 5% porosity, which we use as our net cutoff when we calculate in the case. Have a column showing the color of the rock, and then two columns with the hydrologic description, basically how the rock looks like. Our carbonate experts have described the rock. Then the next column is the environmental deposition, and that relates back to the diagram that I shared before, where we think in that carbonate from this carbonate was deposited. And then finally, the last column is basically how we subdivide the smuggle into different sequences, basically packages of rock that were deposited in the same sea level cycle. So that's kind of how that plays out. As I mentioned before, our primary completion interval will be the smuggle B and the smuggle C, which is the part where we see the better development porosity and in its sub-regionally connected reservoir. Moving on to my next slide, I'm going to start with a data inventory map. I'm highlighting the black polygon is the pine brine unit. The blue lines that go approximately north, south, and east, west, those are existing seismic lines that we have in our database. I'm showing a lot of wells. All of those wells that are on the map are wells that have penetrated the smuggle there and have enough logs to calculate the total porosity. Now, we do have a sub-regional context in this, in that we have about 2,400 wells that we have digital logs in southwestern Arkansas. And out of those, about 566 that we can calculate total porosity. Pretty big database. Now, if you zoom in specifically in the area of interest around the pine brine unit, we have 132 wells with total porosity unit. 102 of those have core flags that we have porosity and permeability. We have 9 wells with sonic density logs that we use to calculate asymptotic and tie logs to the seismic. And then we have 9 cores in this region where we looked and described the rock, both conventional and rotary sidewall cores. The next slide highlights the wells that we have provided digital logs with our applications. And I'm highlighting the 4 wells in this unit from our appraisal program. During this appraisal program, we've collected a full log suite, including NMR. We've collected pressures, fluid samples, and core, either full conventional core or rotary sidewall core. And the next slide is going to be a family portrait of the 4 wells of our appraisal program, showing the logs that I talked before: gamma ray, resistivity, neutron density, and calculated total porosity. I have the cross section on the inset map from E to E prime. And what I want to highlight here is that the 2 bands, the yellow and the blue, those are our interpretation of the 2 sequences that are going to be our primary development interval. We keep evaluating the deeper part of the section as we collect more data as potential future development. As you see in all of these 2 wells, in the smuggle B, there is fairly well developed porosity, and 2 out of the 4 wells there is porosity in the smuggle C as well. So we will be continuing to evaluate what is the distribution of the porosity in the smuggle C as well as we point. But we think it's enough to be completed and developed in our primary development plan. I'm going to move on and talk about calculating brine static properties that are used in the calculation. This is the product of area times the gross thickness, which is the thickness of our completion interval from the top of the smuggle to the top of the middle of smuggle. The net to gross, so the portion of the rock that is over 5% porosity, and then times the porosity, which is the void part of the rock, which is where the brines reside. And I have images on the bottom of the area, kind of the log with the net to gross estimate, and then a thin section where the blue part of that thin section illustrates the porosity. So next few slides are going to be the reservoir properties in both a log view on the right hand side and a map view. On the right hand side, I'm showing the living log, and you can see at the top of the log, the green line illustrates the top of the Smackover, and the map on the left shows the map top of Smackover that ranges from 8,200 feet to 9,700 feet in this region, getting deeper to the south. And the black polygon is the outline of the unit, and that's the area that we're using in the calculation, 56,000 acres. The next map illustrates the gross thickness. So the thickness between the top of, interpreted top of the Smackover and top of the middle of Smackover, highlighted with the green band on the log. And then on the left-hand side illustrates the spatial distribution of the thickness. So it's not the same everywhere. And generally ranges from about 250 to 450 feet with an average of 365 feet. The next slide illustrates the net thickness. So what I'm highlighting with the green bands on the log are all the parts of the Smackover that is over 5% porosity. And if you sum the thickness of all of these green parts, for Lily specifically, it's about 102 feet. But that thickness ranges spatially. So you see a map on the left of that net thickness, and it ranges from 7 feet to over 300 feet in this unit, with an average of about 134 feet. And then the final map that I have, figure 4 and 8 from Exhibit P1. It's again highlighting with the green bands the parts of the log that are over 5% porosity, and we just calculate the average of the green part when we're calculating average porosity. And so on the left-hand side, we have the map with the spatial distribution of the average porosity. It ranges from about 7 to 16% in the whole region. It's not uniform everywhere. The average is about 11%. And then finally, I have a portion of Exhibit P2 highlighted here that speaks specifically to the calculation of the brine in place, highlighting the area, 56,245 acres. 134 feet of net, 11% porosity, and that gives us about 6 billion barrels of brine in place. The last slide I want to share with you is talks about relating porosity to permeability, and that helps us understand the flow characteristics of the aquifer. So I have here a plot. On the x-axis is core porosity measured from core flat. On the y-axis is core permeability. On the background there, you see sort of a shaded field contour interval, and that's data density. So the lighter colors, the light gray colors indicate higher data density, and the black parts of that plot indicate lower data density. And that is coming from about 100 historical oil and gas wells, where core porosity and permeability was measured. And we are using those data to do a regression and calculate the porosity permeability trend, which I'm highlighting with the orange purple lines that cross at about 12% porosity. The colorful dots on that plot, those are the data collected from our appraisal program. And the reason we collected those data is to illustrate that there is a systematic bias between the historical oil and gas porosity and permeability and what did we find in the aquifer. And the summary is that there isn't really good agreement, and so the historical data agrees with the data we collected from our appraisal program. So you can use the whole data set to derive this porosity permeability in a more robust fashion. And one thing I want to highlight is that when we use that porosity permeability trend to calculate the permeability thickness from the region and from our wells, that is consistent with what we get from our dynamic data. I'll let Tom get into the details of the dynamic test results.
Thank you, Alex. As Alex said, we performed dynamic well tests that were consistent with the permeability data that we would expect for the region. And this slide here helps show that. So on the right, you have a map of the unit with the 3 wells that we tested circled. First, if we focus on the Lily well circled in red, this was a well where we actually performed a production well test, where we put an ESP in hole and we flowed the well about 8,000 barrels a day in order to perform a pressure transient test. Now I'll note that 8,000 barrels a day was not the limit of the reservoir, but was in fact limited by the ESP that we elected to use for the appraisal program. From that, we were able to derive a permeability thickness, or KH, of about 2,300 millirc, which, as Alex said, is consistent with what we'd expect based on the core data that we acquired, as well as the core data that historically is found in the area. Additionally, we saw a negative skin. Skin is a measure of wellbore damage, and it just shows that the acidization that we performed was effective. And instead of seeing wellbore damage, we have a wellbore, an enhanced wellbore in that area. Similarly, we performed injection tests at the Poppy and Gabriella wells, as circled in blue and black. Here we were able to inject 19 and 12,000 barrels respectively, and saw permeability thickness again in the line of what we expected, between 1,100 and 1,900 millirc, again with enhanced skin. So because of this data, we have confidence that we'll be able to not only produce from, but also inject into the Smackover within the Pine unit. Also, it's important that it's not just this data that matters, but the fact that we can use the range of data that we collected to plug into our models for what we expect to do with our development wells. And we have confidence that we'll be able to produce about 16,500 barrels a day on average from the wells within the unit. And with that in mind, we go to the next slide where we can start to talk about a philosophy of how we arrange those wells within the unit to efficiently drain the unit and protect correlative rights. So first, if you look at the map, you see our producers are in blue, and they run notionally down the center of the unit from north to south, with our injectors on the flanks pushing the brine from the outside of the unit towards the middle where the pressure sinks will be. The spacing between the line drives is 2 to 4 miles, which we find is the optimal distance to not only provide the pressure support the producers need, but also delay the onset of producing injected brine. And these are consistent with some of the line drive spacings that we've seen historically in the Southwest Arkansas area for brine production. We also are placing the wells a half mile from the unit boundary to minimize chances of production from off block or sweeping brine into those off block areas. But again, we feel it's an efficient way to drain the unit because we push all of the native brine to the center with support around the periphery of the unit from our injection wells. So then we go to the last slide. This is our last slide for the development plan before we take questions. Alex shared that we have 4 billion barrels in place. At 16,500 barrels a day per well and 10 wells, that means we'll produce about 1.2 billion barrels within the first 20 years of the development here in the Pine unit. And so I hope today, as you listen to Alex, now you've seen that we have an extensive understanding of the region, the data that we have, and collected appraisal programs to fill in any of those gaps with our target appraisal program. And based on that, and the fact that we've been able to actually produce brine and inject brine into this unit, we've been able to establish a development plan that can sweep the entirety of the unit and protect the correlative rights of the mineral holders. And with that, that's all I have. If there's any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Welcome. So if you could address the 5% porosity cutoff, did you, when you were performing tests on the wellbores, were you able to remove fluid at 5%, or did you even test sections individually that had 5% porosity?
Okay. We did not target specifically sections that are 5% or less, but the KH that you measure from anything over 5% is consistent with the data test. So we think it's about the range that that is going to flow.
So you've determined in other ways that that's your minimum flow term.
Yes, minimum porosity that we expect.
Yeah, and one thing I'll add, Commissioner Wolford, is also you saw the distribution of permeability at 5%. Some might flow, some might not, but that's the cutoff we've used for the sake of the analysis today.
The second question on the development plan on that particular slide, it looks like you've used injectors to help block north and south. As we look at kind of the elbow of the unit there, in your producing wells. Have you modeled in, or as best you understand, the SWA unit, is this going to be to your east, and how they're going to develop it, and how fluid might move in that east-west direction above that, just north of that fault there?
So for today, when we submitted our applications, the locations of the the Standard Lithium wells were not public knowledge. But we've intentionally established the configuration of the unit to minimize any interference. First of all, we didn't mention it explicitly, but that fault running down the center of the field is mostly sealing. So that should block any interference there. And we've intentionally aligned our producers and injectors so that there's a purposeful pressure drop towards the south, move that brine from north to south. So we will continue to do optimization now that we have more understanding of where their wells will be, but that was the intent in how we configured our development plan.
Okay, so basically try to pin it against the fault moving north to south. Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
When you did the injection test in the well, what was the porosity of the zone at that point? Going by the thickness and correlated back, it looks like somewhere between 8 to 10.
Yes, the porosity of for Gabriela, which is one of the injection tests, was 7.9%.
Yeah.
For the net, and for Poppy is 9.8.
So that's what it looked like. All right. So how long did you inject into it? What kind of volumes for how long to get this?
So our injection tests range from 16 to 24 hours at the rate specified there. So we were sitting at 24 hours at 12 kbd would have been about 12,000 barrels at the Gabriela well, and Poppy 19 for 346, about that same amount of injection, about 12,000 barrels of
You
injection.
just run it for 24 hours. Did you see any pressure increase from the time you started to the end of the test time?
Not appreciable long-term pressure increase. So we were able to see it come off in the.
How much?
I don't have that exact number off on my notes today, but it was not an appreciable amount of pressure increase after we bled it off.
So you don't have a test to determine what it's going to look like 30 days down the road or 60 days.
No, our injection tests performed during the appraisal program were short-term tests that we permitted with the AODC, and we've not done a long-term test. That said, we have the potential to do long-term tests in the future.
The last question. So it looks like from your data that the thickness of the reservoir is relevant, straight relevant to the porosities that you're indicating on the charts. So the thicker areas have the higher porosities. Is that pretty much correct? All right. What percent of this unit is in the lower porosities? I'll make it, 8 or below.
8 or below.
What
I
percent?
don't have the exact number off the top of my head. The southern portion is probably the southern 20% of that unit is below 8%.
20%, did you say?
Yeah, but that being said, that's where we have the pump injection test. There's been 19 kbd of injection. That's where we're putting our injector. So we think it is adequate to provide the amount of injection per well that.
Okay. So I'm looking at zip D1 and on your porosity color line goes light blue to dark blue. So I'm guessing this blue that I'm seeing on the map, it looks like one. It looks like a lighter blue to me. So what is the average porosity of all of them? I mean, I can't, my eyes are not giving me two different colors of blue, even though your color indicator indicates it. But that looks like more than 20%.
Like I said, I don't have a number or below 8%. Like
So yeah, statistics to calculate that, we don't have, we could follow up if it was needed, Commissioner Phillips, but as Alex said, we intentionally put some of our appraisal wells in that area where we thought we might have lower reservoir quality for the intent and purpose of us testing whether or not we can inject there.
Did y'all separate, when you tested your zones, did y'all separate or block off some of them, or did you just inject into all of them?
Yeah, for our injection tests, we typically did a full formation, like the upper Smackover. The Poppy well is an example where we tested the upper separate from the middle Smackover. At that location, we were unable to inject appreciable volumes into the middle Smackover, which is why we're initially focusing on the upper portion. It doesn't preclude development deeper, depending on the data we find as we continue to get data in the evening.
Thank you, sir.
That's right. And then I have a couple of questions. Is on all these cores that you took, is there a fracture porosity there, or is it, or did you see anything?
In this specific course, no, we haven't seen any evidence of fracture and permeability.
Just, but there are faults running through there.
There are, but not in the course that we've collected. And out of all of our core database, we may have seen like one well where there is evidence of quite a bit of evidence of fracture, but it's further to the north.
And then the imaging, you took it. You take image too.
Yeah, the imaging doesn't show any indications of fracture, but no big no. So matrix for us.
And the faults that are there, they're not that big, are they? How big are these faults?
The offset can be as big as 300, 400 feet in some places. It varies, of course, from west to east. And there's the big one that sort of separates the unit into the north and south compartment, of course. It's interpreted to run across the whole unit.
So it should separate.
One quick clarification that we failed to mention is Gabriella was conventional core, the others are rotary sidewall, just for clarity.
But and then the gas injector you got on the map, what's the purpose of that?
So the gas injector in our brine, there is associated gas. So we're talking on the order of about 10 standard cubic feet per barrel production. So we will have gas that will need to be re-injected into the reservoir. So we worked in collaboration with the operator of the McCamey patent unit to find a win-win solution to inject the gas in that area, which provides benefits to brine production, as well as help support pressure in the gas cap and McCamey patent at that location.
And then there is no Smackover production in the confines of this unit. You know, no old production.
No, there is production. The Pine unit overlaps the McCamey patent Smackover unit. There is some production near to that gas injector as seen on the map, to the east of that, where they're producing gas and then producing the oil and re-injecting the gas. And we've been working in collaboration with them for a win-win solution here.
But that's the only.
Yeah, they're fine. Any other commissions?
What is your maximum porosities that you've seen out there?
Sorry, I'm having trouble
So
hearing
your
you.
maximum porosities that you've seen in these wells?
16–17% in the Rebecca well.
And did you isolate those to test those?
We did not perform a dynamic test at that well.
Any other commissioners? Thank you, John. Thank you.
Heard it back to Mr. Lawasso to finish our presentation, except for the land presentation, which will follow them.
Thank you. So I just wanted to provide to some of our final requested aspects a view of where Saltworks sits today as we continue to move forward in the potential for development of this resource and ultimately other project considerations. We've committed and expended a significant amount of pre-investment to arrive at this date here today. You've heard about our appraisal programs, the leasing activities, and other fronts that exist, along with our testing and opportunities and engineering efforts for potential project development. Today, we're here at one of what we view as the key regulatory enablers, which allows us to consider moving forward, and that is the unit application and the request for release for integration, as well as the potential for profitable extraction. Potential for profitable extraction, which we'll cover in a minute, allows us to demonstrate, as we believe it, the opportunity space that could exist for lithium development within this region. And as such, would require us to return to this commission to request a fair and equitable accounting for royalties at a future date. Should those progress, that would allow our teams and others to continue to progress upon the project development work that we've already committed to date. An overview of continued engineering efforts leading to investment decisions for an ultimate project development and integrated plant considerations. That then progresses into the more traditional project execution phase, including designs, constructions, and ultimately the long-term operations of this unit and any brine production. As I've highlighted, one of the key next steps in recognition from Saltworks is that there is the potential for profitable extraction of additional substances, such as lithium, from this pine production. We've prepared an exhibit here today, Exhibit J, shown here as well on the slide, which demonstrates the potential for this pine development resource and what we view as a path to profitability for lithium production. We can prepare this exhibit consistent with numerous other exhibits that have been viewed by this Oil and Gas Commission to represent that when we look to the revenue basis of potential generation from these types of developments and the overall production expenses and operating expenses that would be considered, we see a positive net profit potential and thereby the opportunity for profitable extraction. As such, we would request that the Commission acknowledge and that the confirmation of that finding, and ultimately request that us as Saltworks to return to this commission for a proposal on a royalty in the future for this commission to review for a fair and equitable basis. With that having been said, I appreciate this commission's time and opportunity to present here today from both of myself and our various experts, and request the commission grant the following release as part of the application. Thank you very much.
Additional questions for Mr. Wallace?
Commissioners, any questions?
Not a question, but I'd like to talk to the county patent operator. Is he in the business?
I am here. Could you come to the table? Yes. It's to state your name. Let me swear you in. Sorry. Sure. You swear from the testimony about to give an experience and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, I do. Would you state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Dave Gibbs.
And what do you do?
I am the president and CEO of Mission Creek Resources, who is the operator of the McKinney Patent Smack over 8 units.
I'm going to turn you over to the chair.
All right. Are you comfortable with them injecting gas into this position of their unit?
At the end of the day, Jerry, the way that we are working together on collaboration is it will ultimately be we who is injecting gas in there on their behalf. But we have we've worked through what that needs to look like and how we model this.
You're comfortable?
I am comfortable. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
That's all right, commissioners. Any questions?
I got one. I mean, just to touch on something that's been a subject of concern for some people. You ask in your application for us to acknowledge that this process is profitable. You quoted in your presentation, you recognize the potential profitability, is what you said.
That's correct.
So how do I take that from potential for profitability and vote that it is profitable when you use the word potential?
There will always be aspects of market pricing situations which we as an operator and others will not control within that aspect. So we highlight, and specifically in this example, using pricing and summaries from a long-term historical view of these markets and these opportunities. But markets are ultimately not something that we control, and there will always be the consideration of how markets progress up and down.
Okay.
May I ask a question at this point? To further explain, Remy, it's what you just told Commissioner Phillips, that if it's possible for the market price of lithium products to go so low that it's would not be profitable, but you don't anticipate that will happen.
As I said, we don't control the markets, so there will always be variability, just as the commission, I'm sure, is experienced in all other assets like in oil and gas and other areas. So we're highlighting our best estimates and views today of that understanding, including the historical view of markets, as well as the depth of engineering work and development work that our team has done to analyze the potential cost for development and other scenarios that exist. And because that deems that potential for profitability in those scenarios, we view that we will need to have established ultimately a royalty for fair and equitable accounting, and certainly recognize that the commission will expect us to return that, and that's the relief that we're requesting.
I would just, since there was an objection filed on that one particular item, it's just the language in the statement was a little bit, unparalleled.
Yeah. So I can state that we fully intend to be profitable in the development of our operations. And, we would not be here today if we did not.
I'm addressing an objection, okay? This isn't something I'm sitting here thinking in my head. That was what the objection was. You used a different language in your presentation, so that's why I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, and so hopefully that answer on markets has helped to cover about that context. but I will say,
but the whole industry, I mean, I understand that we're going through it right now on the oil side, now I get that. I get the economics of that. So that was good.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Westfall, I didn't want to leave you out. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Sounds good.
Well, that's that old saying, we can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you. Can
you hear me now?
Well, he's unmuted, but. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna go under the assumption that you don't have any because you're not waving your hand, Commissioner Westfall. So that conclude your presentation, Mr. Daly?
It does. I'd like to say one thing in response to Commissioner Phillips.
Are we picking on
latest? Well, I believe that the Bryan statute requires payment of consideration, just and equitable consideration, if the extraction of additional substances is profitable. The consequence would be if it wasn't profitable, then the applicant would have to come back to the commission and ask for permission to stop paying the royalty because it wasn't profitable. It doesn't mean you can't extract it if you're silly enough to do it without making a profit. And that conceivably could occur. We don't expect it to, but conceivably you could have, like you have in the oil business when oil went to zero and sub-zero, short periods. And I don't think that would trigger us coming back for that. The point is that you have to pay a royalty if it is profitable. And the next step is to request a royalty, which will occur, we anticipate, a couple of months.
I completely understand. And I know that's why you got it in there, because it's profitable, it has to have a royalty. I agree with that. But that isn't my defense, what it says. Pension, different from being profitable. And like I said, since we had an objection, I was just courtesy of addressing the objection. That was the intent, not to come after you.
Yeah.
Maliciously or nothing like that. It wasn't that, but yeah, I mean, We understand. I know why you got it.
We fully intend to be profitable and would not be here today before the commission if we did not intend to be profitable in this effort.
Yes. Any other questions?
So, land testimony. Okay, thank you.
Stephanie, will you state your name for the record?
I need to swear, ma'am. You swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing, it's gonna be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Stephanie, please state your name.
My name is Stephanie Lawler.
And how are you employed?
I work for ExxonMobil and I oversee all the brine leasing in Arkansas for salt works.
And in your role with Saltworth, did you oversee the leasing efforts for the Pine Unit area that's defined in this application?
Yes, I did.
So you also oversaw the preparation of exhibits G and H, exhibit G being the list of brine interest owners and exhibit H being the list of unleased owners that's attached to the application?
Yes, that is correct.
And are those exhibits accurate and correct based on your knowledge?
Yes.
And can you confirm, I know we heard Mr. Loasso state this earlier, but can you confirm that Saltworks has more than 75% of the leasehold interest in the Pine Unit?
Yes, we do. We are currently at 81% leasehold in the Pine Unit.
I want to address two of the objections that have been filed in this application. The first one relates to Occidental Petroleum, we'll just call them Oxy. Have you seen this objection?
Yes, I have.
And as part of that objection, they attached an exhibit and they made a request that certain lands be omitted from the Pine Unit. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Are you also aware that they claim to own potentially, and that's the word they use, potentially 3,200 acres of brine minerals in these lands?
We show the Pine Unit 102 acres owned by Placid Oil Company.
But not 3,200.
No, not 32.
Who is the brine mineral owner of this acreage?
PRP.
And have they indicated their support of this acreage being included in the Pine Unit?
Yes.
The other objection I wanted to address, did you hear Ms. Swanigan's testimony earlier today on behalf of the Hayes heirs?
Yes, I did.
Prior to making application, did you oversee efforts to contact and attempt to negotiate a lease with the known members of the Hayes family?
Yes, I have. We've started our efforts back in February of 2021. Continue those efforts up until recently.
Those efforts and contacts were all made in good faith to attempt to obtain an oil or a brine lease.
Yes, the brine lease, yes.
And those summary of efforts are documented on Exhibit H of the Saltworks application.
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Is there any, in the contract, is there any oil or gas terms and agreements
In what?
in your brine lease? Do you have a paragraph stating oil and gas leases?
We do in our brine lease. We have incidental oil production within our brine lease, and it talks about that incidental production.
Thank you. Right.
Any other questions from the commission?
As part of your application, you submitted a copy of lease form. Is that the lease form that Saltworks used throughout their leasing efforts?
Yes, that is the most consistent one that we've used, and it has migrated over time, but that is the most consistent one that's being used now.
Has it consistently used the language that in the event that the acreage is top lease prior to the term of lease having run, that you get a right of first refusal?
Correct, yes. The right of first refusal has actually been there back to the galvanic days. And we continue that on. So back when they started leasing in 2020, that language is in there.
Will somebody address the unit agreement?
I'm happy to take any questions on that, yes.
Is there a better one coming?
It's our view that we've taken what has been a historical tradition from long ago on that. We've brought several modernizations to that, whether that be additional more relevant COPUS accounting practices that exist within there, clarity on delivery aspects for any participants that include within that, and other modernizations, which really take into consideration the type of scales and risks and opportunities required for brine development of such sizes as the pine development at 56,000 acres.
Mr. Daly mentioned earlier in a separate application that some consideration for us on a commission about a more standard form type of agreement. If this, if we could approve this with some language that might say that we would use this agreement or some future agreement that becomes a standard state agreement and set a timeline where we're not holding up your effort, would that be acceptable to you as that?
Yeah, I certainly believe that the unit operating agreement that we brought forward could offer a good template for that standard. As we've said, we've taken many modernizations and considerations in that, but would not take exception to continuing to have that conversation as the commission looks forward.
The COPUS, is it what form of COPUS was used, or is this a developed by Exxon? Is its accounting procedure?
It starts off the basis of COPUS, and then we add a few elements of our typical accounting practices that we have across our operating agreements of various affiliates.
Do you know what year of COPUS that was?
I think it most closely mirrors the 2005.
2005.
Which
2005.
we've handled in.
Yes, similar to what you guys have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas?
There's people outside that are listening. We've heard objections here today.
Mike, who you Mike then?
And so I'm going to kind of prompt our two counselors and our land man. And I'm going to repeat a few things, okay? You have testified that you have approximately 81% of the brine rights leased within the unit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Counselors, explain to someone who doesn't know why that number is important to fulfill the rules of a unitization. We don't have a threshold that we have to cross.
You have to cross 75%.
Okay.
We have more than crossed 75%, and the purpose of giving you the exact number, which has been done in every brine application, is to show we didn't stop there.
Right.
And maybe to help provide some additional context to some of the concerns that I heard as well that might have been highlighted on that scenario. I heard several concerns about potential surface interactions or activities that may exist in an integration process here, purely speaking about mineral aspects. And that would not have worked any rights to surface activities across any of those types of mineral interests that might be.
And the statute so provides.
And I would also highlight, as part of our application, we continue to offer an opportunity for folks to enter into lease agreements with us that are equal to the best and the highest opportunities that we've offered any of those other areas that have already brought in a lease. And we'd be happy to discuss any specifics on the individuals moving forward and that continued effort.
So the approval of a unit, brine unit by the Arkansas Oil and Gas Commission doesn't stop your obligations to comply with other laws of the state or other rules of the commission. An example being the drilling of a well near a cemetery, the drilling of a well near a permanent residence. Those rules would still apply in this unit, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any other commissioners? Anything from you, sir?
No, sir.
I just want to make certain clear, I've never asked questions before, but we kind of danced around Commissioner Phillips' question about profitability versus potential profitability. You're here this morning to establish a brine unit, right?
That is correct.
Potential profitability isn't really part of the statutory scheme in terms of establishing a brine unit, right?
That is correct. That is an additional relief that we're requesting at this time.
So are you asking the commission just to make the determination that it's potentially profitable or profitable?
We're asking the commission to hear our testimony that we expect it to be profitable and that it will, should we choose to.
Okay, I just wanted it to be clear.
Thank you.
Mr. Daly?
I obviously haven't heard from the objectors, but, that completes my message.
We've heard of from the comment perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the testimony, Ms. Lauer's testimony has dealt adequately with that. I would add that the reason we have identified that, the Oxy, objection, which lists a large number of acres that we believe they don't own brine rights to. The explanation, if you look through the title change, is that under the Strohaffer doctrine, their grantor didn't own the brine. And for the lion's share of that acreage.
Anything else you want to add?
Not at this point.
And I know that you have your hand raised. Here's the problem I've got. You commented, but we have a process that if you want to participate formally, you have to enter an appearance. Have you done that? Well,
And I filed the written objection. I didn't do that.
well, that we've got all that on the record, and the commission's aware of that. But I'm uncomfortable opening up Pandora's box with an entry of appearance on the fly. Typically, we have an entry of appearance prior to the establishment of the docket, or I'm sorry, prior to the hearing happening. So they've heard you, they understand what your concerns are. I think I've explained how the process is working in terms of this is establishing a unit. It's not setting a royalty. It's not making a determination about who's going to get paid what. I don't know if that addresses or alleviates your concern.
It does in some way. The only issue I still have is with the potential / profitability and the question of whether, since Saltrix is definitely not just an established company and could potentially say, hey, we're not profitable. We've sold off all of our rights to Exxon, and Exxon now has everything and you don't have any royalties to give you. Those are all things that are potentially possible that we have.
Right, but that's a separate document. And when that document is established, enter an appearance. Right. With that, I'm going to call the evidentiary part of this record to a close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? I'm sorry.
As an objector, we'd like the opportunity to put on some testimony in support of our objection, and so I know we filed that of record. If you deny that, I just want to make it clear that we are here to provide some testimony and evidence.
I do that, Mr. Rankin. I'm opening it up to everybody here. I mean, I think
I'm the only one I think there's 3 objections.
I do believe that in his objection, he did enter his appearance.
well, so under the commission's protocol, and then the commissioners, you can chime in. Just because somebody files an objection, files a letter or a comment, are they allowed to formally participate in a commission proceeding? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't have a clear answer there. I will say that in Mr. Rankin's objection, he did enter his appearance on behalf of his client in the matter. How we've typically done that.
At least in the other dockets, I saw somebody saying they wanted to enter an appearance. That may be apples and oranges. So is it the past protocol, past procedures of commission to allow people that have an objection to actually start putting on witnesses?
If they've entered an appearance in writing, I believe we've allowed them to participate. That's how we've historically done that.
If that's the protocol, all right.
Yes,
Here we go.
Good job.
Yes,
Well, I don't know if Mr. Daly's done or wants to give us just a little bit of space up here.
Sure.
Mr. Daly would appreciate 5-minute nap.
We'll go ahead and go off the record for 10 minutes. How's that? Go back on the record. That's long stem. It's almost. Well,
Well, hopefully y'all will. Yeah. All right.
Unmuted, but still showing, it says Elder rated hearing and it shows that muted. Oh, you can hear me? Okay. No, that's good.
And then eventually got to. Better self. We know we've got information.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we got the guy.
And now.
All right, hey folks, anybody that can hear me? I've been informed by staff that lunch is downstairs for the commission and that we're going to break for lunch. How long? 30 minutes, 45 minutes? We're going to break for an hour. It is, yeah, it is 11:45 right now, so we'll be back at 1:45. All right, and we will see you all in an hour. Thank
You can have a whole mess. One box.
That's all I get.
Yes.
I could turn the video off. I would have done Yes. Yeah, I was coming down to the line. I said, they'll come down. Yeah. They did have three.
You might be.
I'm scared. I really got to the fact go back to next thing. Even though it's got these. It's funny, they said, people.
Oh, yes, I think they broke. I wasn't in the, I think they really. No, they would exactly, no, they're not.
One of these. Sometimes, yeah. All right.
Right. Yes. But until. Oil. Directed. Administrator in succession. It's filed there by. Well, the important thing is. As long as the wells are going. It's popcorn, it's gonna be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That place, you don't know it well. Not gonna be. By the sun. As an executive, who was the administrator. Oh, this is letters of administration for me. It was a mile from our house. My brother wrote about a half, so he was about a half. That's because I made it, tax state. It was. Put in our lives. You can see them. Yeah, he lived in. He lived here in Arkansas. Oh, it's gonna, you're gonna find it. You'll find that there, because that was filed. I became the administrator. It's just that it's all structured for a different purpose. Not. Yeah. There's a difference. You might be a copy of this. Sam?
Like,
give a copy of
that.
So, I just, make sure we write action. So it's not a son, not a slow. I'll give you that. Like, you won't tell them about it. Okay.
And so, and this is the, for me, it's one to stay aware of. I don't want to. I have a fiduciary. I don't think it was very. Aware of. You really already. That was. 97. That may not have, because. It's very, very key. I'm so accustomed to having everything tabbed. So you're
Can you hear me? I may be muted on your end. There we go. There we go.
So how did you describe it? So how did you feel that? Wow. Shouldn't take us downside.
It is. I'll let him know.
Great job keeping us great. Yeah,
Much better. Five there.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, there's like minutes for, right?
right, folks, ready to proceed? All right, we're back on the record. Let me start off with mea culpa. I overlooked the fact that Mr. Rakins and Mr. Perkins did formally enter an appearance with which their objections, so they are at the table. And I will recognize both Mr. Perkins and Mr. Rakin. Would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Moulton. I'm Alan Perkins. I represent the South Arkansas Minerals Association. I'm going to go first because mine's quick and relatively easy, and then Mr. Rankin can handle his objection. It's already been alluded to. Commissioner Phillips brought it up, and there was some discussion about the objection of the South Arkansas Minerals Association. The very last item in Mr. Daly's application under his heading of relief requested says Saltworks further requests that the commission find that profitable extraction lithium from unit brine can be achieved by Saltworks. There's already been discussion about this. I think the commission is well aware of the issue there. Our objection was simply that is an issue that's left more properly to a royalty application. It's not a required finding to create a unit. South Arkansas Minerals Association is not objecting to the formation of the unit by Saltworks, but we do object to having that particular finding included in the order of the commission, and that it should be simply put off to a royalty hearing. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions there are.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Any questions from the commission? Thank you. Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Judge Moulton. I'm here on behalf of Occidental Petroleum Corporation. We filed an objection, basically covering 2 points. We don't believe, given the lack of information that's been provided by the applicant, that anybody can make an educated decision or election under what would be required by the statute for an integrated party. And secondly, we'll talk about, we would like to see this unit not include the interest owned by Oxy. We'll talk on that too. My witness will address why that's important to Oxy and just how involved they are. So if I could also have my witness sworn, please.
Would you be so kind? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you state your name, please.
Tiffany McGuire.
And how are you employed?
I am the land manager for Occidental Petroleum Corporation. I cover Oxy Low Carbon Ventures as well as Tetra Lithium, which are wholly owned subsidiaries of Oxy.
And are you familiar with the application and what Saltworks is proposing as far as their unit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Tell the commission about Oxy's involvement, not only in the area covered by the unit, but more broadly with regard to the Smackover Brine area.
Okay. So we're not only a mineral owner, so we hold vast amount of minerals from our different predecessor companies, more importantly, Placid Oil Company. There's several others through the Anadarko history, which I know you guys in oil and gas are familiar with, the railroad companies. So Missouri Pac, Union Pacific Railroad as well. So we've established our mineral position using Strohacker doctrine, according to statute. So we have roughly about 2,000 acres in the heart of this. 160 is on the line where we've asked Exhibit A1 for that to be removed. We have additional minerals within that same area that we've asked to be removed. We do need to look through title. I had spoken with Saltworks about that. And so we've talked about potentially they have some title that we could look at together. But not to dig into that, we have acreage that's contiguous to the east of this unit that is confirmed by reviewing Strohacker that we have that 2,000 acres of minerals. So when we determined this, this was probably 3, 4, 5 years ago, we started looking at how do we protect that acreage, knowing that, there's other competitors in the area, right, as you would. So we have a leasehold position of approximately 7,000 gross acres. And it extends further into Columbia County. So, like I said, Tetra Lithium is not only a mineral owner, but we're also a potential producer of lithium, and we have our own DLE patented direct lithium extraction technology. And we are proving that in the Salton Sea, as you would need for financing purposes to prove it at a pilot scale to then demonstrate you can achieve a commercial scale. We have run thousands of cycles using and leveraging our DLE technology in the Salton Sea. And just for those that are not familiar, that's Imperial County. And we're using, under a joint venture with Berkshire Hathaway Energy, we are using their expansive geothermal brines, which the technology would then be deployable on other brines. So we're really focused on proving that technology to understand the cost associated with the commercialization of lithium extraction technology. And with that, we have a chemical arm. So we have a low carbon ventures. So under that, we do CCS, CCUS projects. So carbon capture, sequestration, carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. We also have a large standing of enhanced oil recovery units that we've learned about CO2 injection wells. And then furthermore, our Tetra Lithium arm is a natural extension to what OxyChem already does with sodium and potassium, fertilizers, caustic potash, caustic soda, things of that nature. So that chemical, that natural extension is lithium hydroxide. So there's potassium hydroxide, sodium hydroxide. But the lithium hydroxide under our Tetra Lithium wholly owned subsidiary with our patented technology, we're really working to prove. And we would like to deploy that in Arkansas as well. And we are highly supportive and encouraged about the lithium industry. And we fully support potential production of lithium in the state of Arkansas. And we want to be an operator as well. We are a player in the game, if you will. We put together some different positions that we reached the threshold over that 1280 in order to establish units. And so that's why we've requested to exclude our acreage that is contiguous on the eastern side that crosses Lafayette, Columbia counties. So we can further deploy our technology and be a producer as well.
With regard to the interest that you, in the objection, we set forth, the areas we believe that our title is competitive or we have a title position. Is that shown on Exhibit A of the application?
Yes, that is.
And then, as far as our request on our objection, does Exhibit A show the sections that Oxy would like to see omitted from the current plan unit by salt workers?
Yes, sir. So.
And I think it was important for the commissioners to hear about, everything that Oxy is doing with regard to its own proprietary technology for DLE and the other things. I just wanted to demonstrate you're not just gaining an acreage position to flip it someday. You guys are out here potentially going to be an additional producer soon.
That's correct.
And you're working in that direction.
Yes. So from a perspective of what we've done in the Smackover and in this particular region itself, subsurface characterization, which includes, we have historical well logs through predecessor companies. So similar to the testimony that you've seen earlier, we not only studied logs, we have hundreds of miles of 2D seismics, both proprietary and licensed. So we have an entire subsurface team, as you can imagine, of geologists, engineers, reservoir modeling, based on that seismic, the well history, the different reservoir characteristics. So it's I'm not the reservoir engineer, but that truly is what we've been doing in the Smackover to understand what the appropriate spacing would be, and then what this appropriate acreage would be for a unit.
Would omitting the section shown on Exhibit A1, would that protect Oxy's rights to develop its own acreage and possibly be a lithium producer here in the near future?
That's correct, it would.
And that's why you're asking to omit that?
Absolutely.
All right. I'd like to turn to the other area of our objection, and that's about our objection to the 60-day election period. Tell the commission, if you could, how the current request for a 60-day election period, how does that affect Oxy's interest?
So in order to make an informed decision of kind of your three options, right? Be integrated, assign your rights, sign a brine lease, or be a part of, participate in the unit as a non-op. From what we've been provided, we do not believe we can make an informed decision because of the cost. So the capital outlay, the operational expenses, without knowing where this plant is going to be, without understanding what kind of technology you're going to deploy in order to extract the lithium on a commercial scale is it's something that you would need to take into consideration in order to understand what your exposure would be, what your working interest would be, and then what your costs would ultimately be. So in the course of the last several years, Saltworks, Galvanic, Days had reached out to us with a lease offer. The latest lease offers that we've been sent were over 2 counties, Miller and Lafayette, and then, but no identification of acreage amounts, or just a blanket form of a lease offer, and then, but no acreage, no legal descriptions, even when we would request a legal description. And then beyond that, we have our own DLE technology, and we are potentially our own producer of lithium. So that's why we've always advised we would rather participate if that's what you're going to do than lease. So come talk to us about a unit operating agreement if that's the way you want to go.
Earlier, Ms. Lawler testified that, Saltworks thinks you have 102 acres inside the unit. Was Oxy ever approached with a proposed lease identifying 102 acres as being the lease offer?
No, sir, we were not.
Were you ever approached with a proposed lease identifying any specific acreage?
During the Saltworks Galvanic days, we were approached with a lease offer for the 160 acres that 160 acres that we had confirmed on the title. And then we had advised that we would prefer to participate because we have our own DLE technology.
We've heard some testimony today. Mr. Lawasso testified that this would be possibly profitable. He also testified that the production facility, he said that Exxon owns some surface land, area. Never said we would put it there, but it doesn't seem to be identified as a certainty that they will put this production facility even in the unit. I haven't seen anything that proposed that. Why would where that production facility is located fall into your analysis of whether to participate or not?
Right, so the delivery point and the redelivery points need to be established before you can determine what your operational expenses would be. So if you don't know where the delivery point is or how you're going to get it and then redeliver it, even if it's trucking costs, you name it, not in a pipeline, you're trucking it. You still need to know what the costs incurred and what your percentage would be.
And is that particularly important to Oxy because given your acreage position just to the east, if you were actually going to production, you would probably be a take-in-kind party.
Absolutely, we would.
And you would want to know what those costs would be so that you can make the decision, the educated decision, whether to participate with your interest or take the other option.
Correct.
All right. We also heard some talk about the JOA earlier, the unit operating agreement. And at this point, the best I can think of it is in the state of flux. I mean, there's been commitment to work towards a uniform common form. How would making you commit or make an election under the current form of it in the current version, how would that affect you as someone who was being forced to make an election?
Right, so we wouldn't have the necessary information to make an informed decision because we don't have the cost associated with it or the details around such costs that then we would be on the hook for if we participated.
All right, for all the reasons we've talked about, is Oxy requesting the commission deny the application as to the 60-day election requirement?
Yes, sir.
All right, in the alternative, if there wasn't an outright denial for that, would Oxy at a minimum ask that no 60-day election period begin until after a time that a lithium royalty is set?
Correct. Yes,
And we didn't talk about that. The lithium royalty, why having a determined assured lithium royalty, why is that important to someone making an election?
Okay, that will tell you what the ultimate details of how you participate or not.
How would you know you would want to lease if you didn't know what the lithium royalty was gonna be?
It's a good question.
Is Oxy also requesting the commission deny the application as to the interest shown in exhibit A1 of your objection?
Yes.
That's the witness for any questions to Mr. Davis.
Mr. Daly?
Thank you. Tiffany, my name is Mike Daly. Did I hear you testify that you're a landman for Oxy?
I'm a land manager, yes, sir.
So you're not a geologist,
I am not.
not an engineer?
I am not.
Did I also hear you testify that you need to look through the title, that you haven't confirmed your ownership in this unit?
So in certain areas we have, yes, in 160 acres, we have confirmed our title.
So you confirmed 160 acres, not 3,200 acres.
Correct. The others are mineral position, and because of the vintage and the title of these railroad companies and Placid, you deploy, landmen to check it with Strohacker. So that takes time. So when I reached out to Stephanie, we were going to walk through sharing some title.
But you haven't taken the time to do that.
I did take time to do that. We talked on Friday.
No, I don't mean talking to Stephanie. I mean
Oh.
putting the title.
Oh, no, not on all of this. We didn't have enough time.
Because your objection was that you're possibly own 3,200 acres. I just want to make sure we're not leading the commission that you're not saying that you know for a fact that you own 3,200 acres.
So I do know that we own minerals under this acreage, yes, but you have to fact check it for Strohacker, right?
I understand that, but my question is, you've only been able to confirm 160 acres that you can confirm today to tell the commission that Oxy owns in the Pine Unit.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know where Oxy's title chain begins?
Let me interject an objection here.
She brought it up, the ownership.
Well, I understand that, but I would like to make my record. It has been the position of this commission way back when we were in the middle of the Fayetteville Shale. And I heard Mr. Daly go head to head with Mr. Butler when Seco and Chesapeake were fighting over who had the bigger position in a proposed unit. And it's always been the position of this commission that we do not try title at the commission. There's a difference in title positions. We're all entitled to have that. But at this point, to examine her, specifically on title, or for us to go specifically against them, it's just not the point of this hearing. We claim to have an interest. We said we have possibly 3,200 acres. I don't think this is the forum for a title examination and a quiet title action.
I want to respond to that.
Kind of unusual since,
The reason I want to respond to that is because Mr. Rankin brought up in his objection that we have this 3,600 acres. That's the number. And therefore, we have the lion's share of the right to produce and process brine from this L shape that they want to cut out. And if they have that much acreage, which they don't, that would be impressive. I think the commission needs to take the size of their interest into consideration when it considers what they're requesting. Because their actual acreage is a pittance. Therefore, I know you're not going to try title, but I want you to fully understand that it is our position, and it would be upheld if they want to go to court and try it in title, that the extent of their acreage is somewhere less in the 300s. You don't get 75%
Daily. I forgot what the question was. What was the question again?
He asked about the source of her title.
I wanted to know where the title begins. It begins at some point in time, and if she tells me where it begins, I could probably repeat.
And this isn't the place for that.
Yeah, but again, just hearing the objection, I think in the response to it, as I understand it, title isn't being litigated today. So why would you even ask or go down the road of what's your title?
It's the source of their objection, is their supposed their objection that they have filed. Their supposedly large holding of acreage in this area that they want excised. And it's just simply not true.
Well, I think you ought to get that out of cross-examination, Mr. David, because I think the witness testified that they don't have title.
He objected to my question. He objected to my question. That was the point.
Right. I'm gonna sustain the objection. Can you go out in a different route in terms of trying to get into the actual title ownership? Because I don't believe that was the testimony, as I understood it.
Mr. Gwen, do you know the difference between mineral ownership and brine mineral ownership?
Yes, sir, I do.
As to the 60-day window that you've objected to, do you realize that that's a statutory requirement?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Tim, anything that you want to weigh in on this particular issue in terms of questions?
No.
I don't want to overlook you. And if I do, could you I want to raise your hand and get my attention, please. Mr. Rankin?
Mr. McGuire, he just asked you if you knew that was a statutory requirement. You acknowledged that it was. So if the applicant is coming to this commission with an application that doesn't have enough information in it for you to make an educated election, and the statute's requiring you to make that election, isn't the thing to do to deny the application?
Yes, it is.
One final point that was brought up. How long does this application give the applicant to develop this proposed unit? You know?
4 years.
I believe it asks for 4 years before they have to, you know.
Objection, that's not even true.
Objection, the
It's 2
application.
years with an extension. Are
It's
you aware?
in 2 years, put an additional
Read the
2,
application.
24 months.
What's the basis of the objection? Is it because that is not part of the application?
It's not part of it.
The application has 2 years.
With an extension, I believe. But you know what? I'll withdraw the question.
Subject to requesting an extension, not with an extension.
I think the point's been made.
I don't have any other questions for.
Mr. Daly, any other questions?
I have no one.
Commissioners, any questions for this witness?
So of the sections that you're requesting be excluded, you own all of those sections, the totality of the sections to be excluded?
No, sir. What's shown on Exhibit A and A1, what A1 is the exclusion acreage and exclusion request. We do know we have mineral position within those. Of those, the section northeast quarter of section 5 of 1823 is the northeast quarter is 160 acres. So that's what we had confirmed title on. And that was from when Saltworks and Galvanic Days had approached us with an actual lease on 160 acres.
So are you asking us to exclude our other parties?
Right. Oh, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, in those sections.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So other parties that may have entered into leases with the applicant, you're asking us to exclude those.
Well, we would like the time to understand what, we can't make an informed decision to make an election within that 60-day period and negotiate that unit operating agreement without confirming what our percentage would be. And so we would request not to be subject to that 60-day so we can work through that.
You have 1,280 contiguous acres that you own in this unit.
Not within this unit.
Any other questions from the commission? Based on Commissioner Walton's question, any follow-up from council, Mr. Rankin? Mr. Daly?
May I confer?
Please.
That's for a 5-minute refill.
Yeah.
All right, how much time do you need? 5 minutes. All right, we'll go ahead and go out for extra 5 minutes. Right, folks, you ready? All right, we're back on the record.
Nothing further from an evidentiary matter. However, given that we have this opposition, I'd like the opportunity to make a brief closing argument.
Sure thing. Any questions for this witness, Mr. Daly? All right. Commissioners, any questions for this witness? All right. How about closing statements? Mr. Daly?
Commissioners, thank you for.
Mr. Daly, hold on. That's your only witness, right, Mr. Rankin?
It is.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you for your patience. It's already a long day and one after this, and we really appreciate you. The objection of Oxy is astounding. They agree that they've been contacted something like 5 years ago and continuously since then, and yet they haven't figured out their own title. It's hard to believe they are quite as serious about all of this as they went on. Ms. McGuire either accidentally or deliberately confused mineral ownership with brine ownership. And I think that ought to be taken into consideration when you consider credibility. There are a lot of mineral owners who don't own brine rights. Oxy is among them, except for, she says 360 acres, we say 302 or something like that. This commission doesn't try title, but we'll be happy to meet them in a courtroom and loser pays, because that's the Arkansas law. The title, if she had gone and looked at it, is very clear that the brine went with the surface long ago, and mineral ownership does not include brine ownership except with respect to that 300 and some odd acres. She complains that she doesn't know the costs, so she can't elect, but there's an exhibit in the application of the costs out in the field. She complains that she doesn't know the methodology or the costs of lithium extraction. She doesn't understand what she will be participating in. If she elects to participate, she will not be participating in lithium extraction. She'll have to extract her own. The costs of lithium extraction are utterly immaterial to an election to participate. And the field costs, I believe, as accurately estimated as can be, are set out in the application itself. There is no way on earth that Oxy can ever have 75% of this area that it purports to remove. So as I believe Commissioner Walford observed, you're basically just taking, in addition to Oxy, you're just taking a bunch of other owners, many of whom are leased saltworks, out of the play. You can't, because of trespass liability potential, you cannot produce brine without a unit or without leasing up virtually all of the unit. They have no leases, and they have whatever 300 to all those sections that they want to cut out amounts to in terms of a percentage. And if you go back and review Mr. Ames' testimony and his exhibits, you will notice that ExxonMobil Saltworks is actually citing wells in the very acreage that they wish to exclude. Those wells are important to the underground hydraulics of the whole plant and should not be removed. The oil and gas, the brine statute prescribes certain criteria which must be put in an application and then proven in one of these hearings. And then it says if the applicant does that, the commission shall issue its order forming the unit. It doesn't say might, it says shall. I would urge the commission to follow the statute and disregard the last minute effort to wreck the train and approve this application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Judge. You know, what's actually shocking is that this is the third time that this company has come in here and refused to give this commission information sufficient to, one, set up a royalty, but two, to share with people that are potentially going to be integrated so that they can make an educated election on whether to participate or transfer their interest out. That's what should shock this commission, a refusal to share details. And it's failed twice, and I would urge at least that it be considered on this time too. You know, whether we have 3,200 acres and we said that we possibly do, we have title there, or whether we have 1 acre, we're going to be bound by any order of this commission, as will many of these landowners out here. And to require us to make an election based on the lack of information provided so far is absolutely shocking. Mr. Daly wants to cite to the statute. I also want to cite to the statute 1576-314 regarding participation. That's the statute that makes it mandatory that the 60-day election period start upon an order establishing the unit. It says in there, if an owner elects not to participate affirmatively in the development of the unit and the production of brine, he or she shall be deemed to have transferred his or her right to produce the brine to the operator for the period of time which the unit is operative for a reasonable consideration on a reasonable basis, which, in the absence of agreement, shall be determined by the commission. What have you all heard that gives you comfort that you're going to be able to decide what the reasonable consideration on a reasonable basis is for someone to either And Mr. Day was right earlier, we're not forcing a lease in this situation. Transfer the rights. We haven't really heard of an option on that. It's not been discussed in the application. So I would urge this commission, OXY doesn't want to object to the creation of the unit so far. But what we do believe is that we are entitled to have more time to make any election. So as opposed to outright denying the application, at a minimum, we're asking that we have more than the 60 days that we're supposed to have under statute. And this commission has the power under its jurisdiction to grant a longer period of time. We think that time should be extended to after an order that makes this company provide more information so that we know exactly how to make that election. And as far as there are costs, and if she doesn't know how to read the cost, how will she know? Exhibit E is the extent of the information provided. There's zero backup for what these costs are. Just to maintain the leases alone is almost $4 million a year. This is something that can't be relied upon to make an educated decision on whether or not to participate. For that, one, we would ask for more time, but two, if not, and the commission needs to follow what the statute says, you have to deny this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Any questions for council based on their closing from the commission? If not, I will go ahead and call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. The matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Commissioner Wolford has made a motion to approve with no caveats associated with that, Commissioner?
The only issue relates to the operating agreement, so the unit operating agreement, and I'm unsure how to word that, just so that, you know, it doesn't occur in a timely manner, and the applicant needs to proceed with operations if they can operate under their existing agreement. You know, maybe some help from staff or whatever, but you know, I would think that if we don't have an effort to come up with a commission sponsored unit agreement in 6 months, something, you know, sometime if we go with the existing, I don't know what Alan, you know, intending.
Do not want to slow progress, but I agree with Commissioner Walford that a model form and model forms to be utilized for these types of units would probably be ideal going forward. I think just realistically, we probably need at least 60 to 90 days just to make that feasible.
So 90 days is, okay. And so if we don't have a commission sponsored agreement by that time, we will just continue with the applicant's proposed agreement.
If that's your wish.
Yeah.
Right. So does the commission understand Commissioner Wolford's motion? Is there a second?
So that restate that clarify. As to the unit agreement?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we haven't come up with a commission sponsored model form unit agreement within 90 days, then we operate under they will operate under the agreement that's in this application.
Okay. That may also necessitate an extended election period. They wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it.
So is that contingent on approving the unit today or doing it in 90 days? But I would, that's what I was on. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. I guess that's a good point. We could approve the unit today with a 90-day election period. Yeah. Yeah.
Does anyone, Mr. Chairman?
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wolford to approve with some conditions associated that have already been articulated, and a second from the chair. Any other discussion for the commission? Not, show of hands, all in favor. Motion passes 8 votes. Thank you all very much. Does, Mr. Hunter, do you need a few minutes to,
Yeah, I think it would be wise to make sure that the.
I'm a commissioner. All Yes, sir. And I think between the previously approved operating agreement and the two proposed agreements, I think there. But and also must cover all this. Yeah.
Oh, we got.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Objection for the next.
All right, thank you.
Or maybe.
Fine, this is. Well, it's not that quickly.
Yes, so maximum 90 days. Right. So it's
Oh, cool. It looks like you know what was there.
I guess you're not gonna make that tonight, obviously, we might make it back.
Yeah. Got time left.
Who's got the difference? What was it? Is it rolling? I made it on top. Yeah, I thought that other guy was correct.
Yes. All right, so we're ready to proceed. You're back on the record, or at least being transcribed. And the commission has a couple of housekeeping matters that they would like to address for the previous docket 024 2025-04. Commissioner Wolford for director.
Let me begin, just because there were questions about the motion. The unit, the geographic unit was approved. The testimony as to profitability was approved as applied for. What we're trying to set up is a 90-day period in which the commission will attempt to come up with a standard form unit agreement. These election periods are for all parties. We will either accomplish that in 90 days or we will default to the applied for unit agreement that was in the document. So it'll be 90 days, and then there will be a 60-day following that period for folks to review any new agreement or make an agreement under the existing one in the application. So 90 plus 60. So clear as mud. That's cleanup on aisle 9.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We are next item on the regular docket, docket number 026, 2025-04. Applicant is Southwest Arkansas Lithium LLC. The attorney record is Mr. Mahoney. The subject matter is order establishing a brine unit. Location is multiple locations. County is Lafayette and Columbia. Do we have any recusals on this docket, commissioners? Here's what we have none. Sonny, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'll start with the pre-filed exhibits. Exhibit A-1 is the legal description of the proposed unit. Exhibit A-2 is a unit plat. Exhibit A-3 is a plat showing the wells within the unit, existing wells within the unit in a half-mile buffer zone. Exhibit A-4 is a tract map showing the outline of all of the tracts in the unit. Exhibit B is the proposed plan of development or a summary of it. Exhibits C1, 2, 3, and 4 are plats showing well locations in various categories. Exhibits D1 through D11 are the geologic and engineering exhibits that are being submitted in support of this application. Exhibit D-12 is the CVs of two experts we will have. Randy Brush, an expert in the field of petroleum geology. Robert Williams, an expert in the field of geology. Exhibit E is a statement of costs and credits. Exhibit F is the proposed unit operating agreement. Exhibit G is a list of the interested parties. Exhibit H is the proof of publication. Exhibit I is the affidavit of service by first-class mail. Exhibit J, and this just a bit of explanation, the unit operating agreement we submitted with the application had a placeholder for the brine balancing agreement. I have marked as Exhibit J the brine balancing agreement that we have recently submitted as a supplement to the proposed unit operating agreement. I would move the introduction of the pre-filed exhibits A through J.
If some of your motion is granted, those exhibits are made part of the record. And I know that you were kind enough to provide me with TVs of both Mr. Williams as well as as well as Mr. Brush. I assume you want to move for the admission of them as an expert in a particular field. Is that correct?
I do.
That motion is also granted. Before we get into the actual testimony, I've got two comment cards and two letters, one in support and the other one in opposition. I'm going to go ahead and make those part of the record too. That's an April 15, 2025 letter from Southern Arkansas University letterhead, authored by Ms. Edwards. And then I've got a letter in opposition from Mr. Rankin, dated April 18, 2025. And in this letter, Mr. Rankin has also entered an appearance in this document.
Judge, just to clear up, that's not an opposition, it's a comment. It's not an objection.
Oh, it's not? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Rankin. Just a comment, not objection. Apologies. I've also got two comment cards, one from Ms. Edwards and then one from Mr. Wilson. Ms. Edwards, I'm assuming that your testimony is going to echo what you did previously. I would certainly encourage you to provide the same thing if you want to make a record in the docket. If you'd like to do that. Or you can just go up and say, I'm going to say the exact same thing that I said the last time. Your preference, man.
Sure. I'll say Cheryl Edwards, Southern Arkansas University. I will say the exact same thing I said the last time. But I would add that we have, we've enjoyed tours of the demonstration plant with educators, specifically in K-12. And so we appreciate Standard Lithium's partnership on that. We appreciate a good vote to move Arkansas forward.
Ms. Edwards, thank you so much for your comment. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Edwards? If not, Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson, President. Apparently not. His comment card on the back. I'll just go ahead and read this for the record. This is from Michael Wilson, 2409 Cherokee, El Dorado, Arkansas. His comment is, how will this change affect the landowners and or any royalties received? All right, with that comments out of the way, Mr. you can go ahead and call your first witness, please.
Just before that, just two quick housekeeping details. I did file an amendment to the application last week requesting that the order provide similar to the Saltworks application that the period within which drilling operations must be commenced or the order will expire be 24 months rather than the normal 12, and that there be language to the effect that 24-month period may be extended upon good cause shown. And the other comment has to do with the Oxy comment. We're in agreement with the concept of extended election period. In our case, we are not integrating, we are only forming the unit. To me, it seems logical to have the election period be the customary 60 days from the date of the effective date of the order of integration, or in the case of the unit operating agreement plus 60 days that Commissioner Wolford described. To me, it would be whichever one is longer, but certainly the 90 plus 60 would be acceptable.
Is that a way of saying that you would agree to the 90 plus 60 in the attempt to get a standard agreement?
Correct. Okay. Yeah. That's also saying that.
Thank you, Mr. Oden.
All right.
Call your first witness, please.
My first witness will be Andy Robinson. Andy's, well, Andy, please state your name.
My name's Andy Robinson.
Please tell the commission what you came here to tell them.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Commissioners, Judge Morton, Chairman Langley, great to see you all again. We're here today. Randy, if you just want to go to the first slide, or yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, which slide?
That's fine. You can see that. That's great.
Well,
that's the first one. That's good. Okay. Be great. So we're here today a little bit different than normal.
Swear you in.
Okay.
Apologies.
Okay.
You swore from the testimony you're about to give this hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did, yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my wonderful court reporter for reminding me.
So we're here today as SWA Lithium LLC. So a little bit different when we've given testimony before. It's always been a Standard Lithium. We're here representing a joint venture who is the applicant to form this unit. This joint venture called SWA Lithium LLC is also doing business as Smackover Lithium. You may see a new office that we opened in Louisville recently, branded as Smackover Lithium. This is the JV between Standard Lithium and Equinor. Standard Lithium you're familiar with. We've been working in the region now since 2017. Equinor, obviously global oil and gas energy company, headquartered in Norway, but with a long history of US onshore and offshore operations. We formed the joint venture officially last year, May of 2024, and it's this joint venture which is making the application before you today. The next times that we hopefully appear before you to form a royalty will also be made by SWA Lithium LLC. And it's 55% owned by Standard, 45% owned by Equinor.
Randy, if you just kind of pop forward to that slide number 5.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
The last time you was here, you were dealing with Union County. Now you moved over to Lafayette County. Could you tell me a reason why, please?
Yeah, I mean, 2 principal reasons. First one is that we're making this application as SWA Lithium, and the joint venture has no interest in Union County. So the relationship that Standard Lithium has with Lanxess is purely just between Standard and Lanxess. So the joint venture has no interest there. The real reason is that, and particularly in the current atmosphere of the lithium market and lithium sentiment, is that it is most important that we spend every dollar in regions where we will get the maximum impact from that dollar. And the difference between Union County and what we have under our control in Lafayette and Columbia counties is principally related to the quality of the brine. And so as we move from Union County, where we see lithium grades which are in the low hundreds, when we move over to the project and the unit area that we're talking to you about today, we see lithium grades between 400 and 600 milligrams per liter. So a much higher quality lithium brine resource in the area that we're in. And so that's where we have to raise money, we have to finance these projects. We want to spend that money where we'll get the maximum impact for the money which needs to be spent there.
Thank you, sir.
What we're doing here is all about partnerships. We believe that partnerships are valuable, both commercial, technical, also community. We have a long history with Lanxess in the region, who've been a great partner in terms of allowing us to de-risk our DLE technology. We're only here today because we've spent the last 5 years running a large-scale demonstration plant at one of Lanxess's south plant. That's fundamental to everything we do. We've tested the technology. That's also been done in partnership with Koch Industries, obviously very large industrial partner, and they have helped us refine, de-risk that DLE technology that we want to be using in the Pine unit. And then thirdly, as we talked about already, Equinor, very large oil and gas company, huge experience in the subsurface, well field production, well field drilling, completion, how to operate, build very large, complicated, expensive projects. So this is about partnerships, first and foremost. Randy, if you want to pop forward. So what we have here is that sort of darker gray hatched area in the middle is the outline of the Pine unit that we're applying for. It's a little over 20,000. Sorry, Reynolds unit. Apologies. Yeah. My brain's been polluted by the morning's conversations. I apologize. The Reynolds unit. Just a little over 20,000 acres. It's a smaller subset of the total leasehold that we have in that area. We're choosing that as the first phase for production from our total land area, holding area. So we've selected effectively the best quality land to form the first unit that we will seek to produce from. We're going to be putting in a series of brine production wells. There's a central processing facility just off Highway 29 in the bottom left-hand, bottom southwest corner of the unit area, which is land that we own as a joint venture. And there will be a series of re-injection wells. The technical experts will go much further into the technical rationale for where the wells are located. Small number of well pads with then directional drills from a smaller number of well pads to minimize surface impacts during the construction and operation of this unit. First phase is going to be 22,500 tons of lithium carbonate. That's going to be the chosen and engineered product for this first phase of construction. Just to locate, we're immediately adjacent to Albemarle's operations, just to the west of Albemarle's operations, south of Louisville and Stamps, and about 50 miles west of Lanxess's operations. Next slide, please, Randy. So yeah, a few more details, and again, I won't really touch on the layout of the subsurface because Randy and Robert will be talking about it a little bit further. But just to kind of highlight, first phase,
We have very high lithium concentrations across the entire area of leases that we have in this region, fundamental to making projects economic. And in the first phase of this project, the one that we're talking about today, average concentration of around 550 milligrams per liter lithium in that brine in the Reynolds unit. That's a very attractive, very high quality brine. And as I said, single processing facility down in the southwest corner. Next slide, please, Randy. This project was also being helped along by the federal government. I think we've all seen that there was a grant awarded by the Department of Energy, granted to the joint venture, which was finalized earlier this year with $225 million of federal money being used during the development and then construction phase of this intended facility. And then similarly, we saw an announcement just in the last few days highlighting effectively this project being granted a fast track process through any federal permitting requirements. And because we are receiving this federal money, there are some federal permitting requirements which come along with that, and that fast track program is going to help expedite and make that more efficient and grant us, I think we would argue, better certainty on timeline of project execution. Next slide, please. So this is a project that we've been working on for a long time. Obviously, we've been working, refining the technology for many, many years now. We've spent a huge amount of money figuring out how to extract the lithium from the brine and how to make a product that people want to buy. The team have been working on the engineering design process, both for the central processing plant, as well as all of the subsurface work, which knits all that together. We expect to have the vast majority of that concluded during the summer of this year. We are also in discussions with commercial partners who may wish to buy the product that we'll be making, as well as the project finance process to put the money in place to allow this project to be constructed. Not a small task. We aim to have that process concluded by the end of this year, at which point we hope to make a final investment decision with a view. It's about a 2.5-year construction process for this project. We are hoping to be in commercial production during the middle of 2028. So we have a timeline established. We have a location established for the central processing facility. We have a well-filled layout for the project, and we're currently finalizing and refining the engineering studies. We'll be concluding our commercial de-risking activities, finance and offtake during the latter half of this year. And we will be coming, assuming successful granting of this unit, of the Reynolds unit, we'll be coming to you shortly as well to apply for a royalty for lithium products to be produced from this unit as well. That's the end. Thank you.
The next witness, any questions from the committee?
Were you or was a representative of your staff able to meet with the gentleman who was here earlier about the deal with Tyler Well?
We were, yeah, we had a good conversation with him. Yeah.
Any of the commissioners? Next witness.
The next witness will be Tyler. My next witness will be Tyler Roche. I'd ask you to be sworn.
So do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Tyler, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the benefit of the court reporter?
My name is Tyler Roche, spelled R-O-C-H-E.
How are you employed?
I oversee land and business development on behalf of SWA Lithium LLC.
And in that capacity, are you familiar with the current status of leasing efforts and the lease ownership that is controlled by the applicant within the proposed unit?
Yes, I am.
And can you confirm that the applicant controls or has leased in excess of 75% of the proposed unit?
Yes, I can.
Last witness.
Commissioners, any questions? Apparently not. Next witness.
The next witness, Randy Brush. He's already been recognized as an expert in the field of petroleum engineering. I'd ask that he be sworn.
You You swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing, you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Randy, would you please state your name?
Randy Brush.
And if you don't mind, please go over the geologic and engineering exhibits and tell the commission what you came here to tell.
Okay. Well, wanted to lead off first with just a quick introduction to who we are. We're a consulting company working with for Haas and Petroleum Consultants. And that's a result of a merger last year between William Cotton Associates and Haas Engineering. Cotton Associates has decades of experience in water floods. Haas Engineering, equal number of decades of experience in reserves. The team that is working in our company to support this effort includes myself. I'm a senior reservoir engineering advisor. I was formerly president of Cotton Associates with 40 years of experience in data gathering, analysis, and reservoir and reserves evaluations. Robert Williams, to my left, is our principal geologist and again, several decades of experience on the geology, mapping, during the geologic model that you'll see today, his work, and coming up with volume estimates. How much volume we got? Tor Melling is a engineer working on the reservoir, he's a reservoir engineer working on simulation. We're not going to be presenting simulation results today, but I will describe how the work we've done has fed our simulation model and makes use of all that information. And then Don Bailey, another of our geologists, is responsible for the petrophysical analysis. In other words, when you look at these logs and we come up with net pay and porosity values, he's the person who did that. So our background with brine recovery began with bromine recovery. We worked on predecessor to Lanxess when Great Lakes had the project, and maybe before that, but began in 1996, shortly after I joined Cotton Associates, began working on the bromine recovery process at the Lanxess field. Subsequent to that, we developed a full field geologic model for the Lanxess project and a simulation model. That experience helped us work with Standard Lithium on their Lanxess project, where we converted the model over to evaluate lithium production. And that was used in the evaluations to support 2023 definitive feasibility study, which is a detailed technical description for them. At the same time, and pretty much parallel, we worked with Smackover Lithium SWA project and began in 2022. At that point, it was the Greenfield project. Had to come up with a data gathering program, where to site exploration wells, what wells potentially to re-enter, what data to gather, and we participated in that sampling program, the logging, the coring, in terms of understanding the data, helping them to gather the data, and use that to develop a geologic model of the field. So we're now sitting here supporting the innovation, also the engineering work that's going into the investment decisions that Andy described, and we're now working on a definitive feasibility study for the Southwest Arkansas project. So this map we've already seen. Just want to highlight a couple of key aspects to the development plan for the field. You'll notice green dots and red triangles. The green dots are your producing wells and production wells. The red triangles are your planned injection wells. What we have is a line drive production scheme set up here. And because of the presence of potential faulting that runs east to west in the field, we chose to flood the field from east to west, so the faulting will have minimum impact on our ability to recover brine from the field. You can again see on this map the planned location for the processing facility in the southwest corner of the field. It's adjacent to and contiguous with the other units in the area that you all are well familiar with today, in terms of Albemarle, Evergreen, and
proposed pine unit. Don't need to go into this in a lot of detail, but I just want to emphasize how similar the water flooding of a brine field is to the water flooding of an oil field. The water is the key actor, the injected water is the key actor in supporting production of the rich brine that's in place in the field. You need it both for sweep and for pressure maintenance. Without that re-injection into the target formation, pressures would crater and you get a tiny fraction of the potential recovery out of that field. But if you look at the right side of the field, what we have is a diagram with the blue injected lean brine. This is brine that's had the lithium removed in the surface abilities, injected in the center of the diagram, pushing that green rich brine over the production. Which then goes to your plant, extract the lithium, and put it back in the ground. Same exact process as done with bromine. It's just what complementary you move. So we've already had quite a bit of discussion of the target formation here. We're looking at the upper, middle, and lower Smackover, but the prime target here is the upper Smackover. It has high reservoir quality. And one thing we've had brought in here is we brought some core data. I mean, it's not core data. We brought some core. If anyone's curious, at a break, you can take a look. And what we have in this upper Smackover, in this Reynolds Zeolite, we have some very high quality rock. In the samples, we have samples with 19, 20s, 18, and 18% porosity, anywhere from 2,500, 750, 1,100, and 1130 millibars permeability. We're talking a very high quality target formation, which is well suited for the long distance movement of brine, which it is elsewhere in Albemarle, and Lanxess have done that for decades. This rock has many of the similar characteristics. Now, in terms of the data that's been used to develop our geologic and simulation models, we have a table here that shows the number of wells both within the Reynolds brine unit and the wells that were also studied surrounding the Reynolds brine unit that gave us various types of data. There are a number of wells that have at least enough data to pick tops and bottoms of zones, a smaller number of wells that have the type of logs that allow us to get to porosity data to be able to understand what is the amount of bromine, amount of brine we have in the field. We also have a number of wells with core data, 8 wells within the brine, Reynolds brine unit with core data, 33 wells surrounding it for a total of 41 wells that were used in our analysis. This map shows you the distribution of those wells, and it also shows you the data from each of those wells. We have the color coding on the bottom right here that tells you for each well what information we got from that well. And you can see we have a number of wells both within and surrounding the unit that provided the data that was evaluated for each of these wells to the extent that data allowed us to build our geologic model. This isn't just wells in the field. These are the wells we looked at. The next slide is core data, permeability versus porosity data. And we have the blue dots, which is prior data we were able to obtain from that large number of cores in the region. The orange dots are the core data from the 2023 exploration program. And you can see that those recent wells have, if anything, quality on the high end compared to the historic overall set of wells in the field. And let's see if we go on to our next slide, where we have a cross-section. This is a cross-section on structure through the field. And I mentioned we do have a fault that runs east to west across the field. It's called the brown fault, just because that was what color got put on it, the first map that got drawn. So we called it the brown fault. But what you can see is that as you move across the field from west to east, that brown fault potentially has throw that still both on the east and west sides does not completely displace the upper Smackover. In other words, there's still upper Smackover in contact across the fault. Now, this is a very busy slide, but this shows a cross section across the unit. Again, from west to east, from basically the very western edge of the unit to almost the very eastern edge of the unit. And what we see in the upper Smackover, which is what I was kind of highlighting with this green box, are the well log responses. And they're really quite similar as you move several miles, a number of miles from west to east. You have this very high quality, good quality rock that's going to be an excellent water flood target present in all of these wells. And we talked about wanting to have permeability and porosity. The other key thing you got to have is continuity. And if you can't push the brine from one well to another, you don't have a project. We have excellent apparent continuity from the state. One thing you'll note, we talk about the middle Smackover, which is in the lower half of the picture. If you look at that very center well, that International Paper Company well, you'll see a nice, thick potential target. Doesn't show up in the upper. That is going to be something that is better understood as the development wells are drilled, and we have a much better set of data for the middle Smackover. As you can imagine, we don't have data in the middle Smackover to the extent we have it in the upper Smackover. The upper Smackover is all, the target for oil and gas operations, and often the wells don't get even drilled all the way through it. So the middle Smackover has much fewer number of data points available. The development of the field will allow us to fill in that picture quite a bit to see, can we target things up like we see at that International Paper. One other thing that was talked about to some degree was the porosity cutoff. We use a 6% porosity cutoff to understand the resource in the field. For the simulation work, we actually tighten that down to a 9% porosity cutoff, which we find corresponds to about a millidarcy minimum permeability, because we want to make sure that we are correctly identifying that part of the field that's going to be effective in contributing to production. Perhaps might be a little conservative, but the rates and timing that being used to design the facilities is based on that 9% cutoff simulation. Now, if we look at that far west well, I'll leave it to you whether it's Montague or Montague. I know in Texas it's Montague County, but this shows how that has been divided up into 8 separate layers between the upper Smackover that has 5 layers in it and the middle Smackover, which has 3 layers. So each of those layers, Don went through and developed net pay, average porosity values, and gross pay values that were then provided to Robert, and we then have maps of gross pay, net pay, porosity for each of those 8 layers. And so what we'll now be looking at are sums of those maps. But all of those wells are evaluated for 8 layers on each, to the extent that data was fit. On this diagram, you'll see these orange bars over to the center right. Those are the net pay picks. That's where we had greater than 6% porosity. And the far right, you'll see the porosity values both from the core, the purple symbols, and the green, the log. And you see a good agreement in that. It means we do a good job of identifying pay from log that is supported by the core data. This is an additional diagram that wasn't in I think the version that you were provided, but this is just to show you the seismic lines that are across the field and that were evaluated to understand where there is faulting in the field. So we have a large group of seismic lines that were evaluated to give us very high confidence in the overall structure. And here is that structure. We have a reservoir, or I'm sorry, Smackover Formation, dipping gently from northeast to southwest at about 2.5 degrees. And here you can see what we're calling that ground fault as it moves across the center part of the field. And that really had a major impact on our decision to recommend this line drive east to west flood, so that that fault and any faults we don't see parallel to it do not interfere with the ability to move fluids from your injection well to your production. This next slide has our gross pay, and you can see we have significant gross pay throughout the unit in several hundreds of feet. Let's see. A cheat sheet here. Some numbers. It ranges from 330 to 430 feet. Then if we go to the next slide, this is the summation of the 8 layers net pay maps. And this is based on that 6% porosity cutoff. And here we have net pay in the 100 to 220 foot range. And net pay exceeds, there's net pay exceeding 100 feet throughout the unit using that 6% porosity cutoff. I just wanted to mention the dots you see are locations of wells whose data contributed to each of these maps. Then the next is the average porosity in that net pay. And we have average porosity values over that total upper plus lower smack over net pay interval between 10 and 13% porosity. Next is lithium concentrations. And as Andy mentioned, we have excellent lithium concentrations really throughout the unit. We do have a lower value up to the northwest. But if you go right through the middle, south, and southern part of the unit, you have values of 555. The Lester 2 well has not been yet analyzed in terms of the final value, but we have indications of around 560 milligrams a liter. And the International Paper Company is at 408, and the Hale View at 549, and the Spear at 589. We have high lithium concentrations throughout the unit. So a summary of this reservoir analysis, the reservoir properties associated with the 20,854 acres, averaging 362 feet of gross pay, 148 feet of net pay based on that 6% porosity cutoff, average porosity of 11.11%, and resulting in a brine in place of 2,555 million barrels. And the final slide today is to show you the location of the reservoir simulation model that's been built. It's an 8-layer simulation model using those same 8 geologic layers from the geology that's been described. And it extends throughout the green shaded box to understand the impact of injection and production, not only within the unit, but outside the unit. So that's.
Let me ask you the 2 questions, check the box in the statute. In your professional opinion, is the entirety of the proposed Reynolds brine unit reasonably established to be underlain by the common aquifer?
Yes, it is.
And in your opinion, in your professional opinion, is the proposed plan of development such that the proposed plan will drain efficiently the area of the unit and protect the correlative rights of each owner therein?
Yes, it will.
As I noted, we also have Robert Williams, an expert in the field of geology, available to assist us in this preparing data available, and pass both those witnesses.
All right, commissioners, any questions? Enough. I gather that might conclude the presentation or.
You are correct. That concludes our presentation.
I'll ask Mr. Rankin, any questions or?
No.
None. Well, if not, and there are no questions from the commission, I'll call this matter to a close. In terms of the evidentiary record, the matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Ms. Wolf?
We approve with the similar caveat as the prior doc 69, yes, or 960, I'm sorry, 960. That the geographic area is.
All right, motion from Commissioner Wilker, a second from Commissioner Phillips. Any other discussion? If not, show of hands. Motion passes. 8 votes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, do you need a short break before we gravitate into the next item on the agenda? Or okay, proceed? Take a break, Frank.
He couldn't marry. Yes, I do. He warned me about you. It's the 960. I'm sorry. That's right. Good to meet you too. Yes. Well, that was easy. Are you going to bring the crowd? You stay in the town, right?
They haven't addressed.
Or they may not have a video on it.
Yeah. Two wells and this should be from these lines. Shows up directly on the.
Here we are.
Right.
And then we have our own.
It's like in a spacecraft. Based on that fear.
No. In our video, it's pressure.
More like that. That way, like, usually everybody- You unmute the one that says James Roller, just asking if he can hear.
I can't unmute anything. He has to unmute. Mr. Roller, can you unmute so I make sure I hear you?
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
No, I don't hear you. You got the same problem.
It's on our end. We got the audio on. Can you not hear us?
Dick, Dick, I can hear you.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
You too, James.
Yeah. It's got to be on the elder end.
Not here, Benny.
But it's pretty much. Yeah. Put them on the window and she could have.
Say something to me right quick.
Can you hear us now?
No, I still don't hear you. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Why don't I hear?
I don't know. Yeah, you
Yeah, it probably is. Let's see if I can just call Perkins.
I don't hear.
Still don't. But it's likely because they have the wrong speaker set. I can see Perkins, and he's not paying attention.
There's Angela.
Oh, yeah.
You want me to call Angela?
Well, I don't know who that is, Benny.
It's Angela.
Is that a person that's there?
Yeah, let's see. Let me. Yes.
They probably have the Zoom speakers on the wrong device.
I'm calling her right now.
See how we would select a speaker. That's typically the problem. But
One, two.
yeah, we can hear.
Forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach not
Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot, but that's okay. When everybody gets quiet.
Yeah. Can y'all hear us now?
I hear you now.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, Commissioner Westfall, I actually hear you now.
Okay, I'm gonna go to mute until you need me.
Yeah, we will as well.
All right.
Dick, I'm still muted on their end.
Ready to hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear. Yes, I can hear now. And this, I got to recuse myself on this one.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite there, Commissioner Westfall, but I appreciate it so much. All right, so if you couldn't hear this, or could you hear what I said, Commissioner Westfall?
No, I'm still muted on y'all's end.
Okay. All right. Well, since you're accusing on this one, I wanted to go through the whole thing. And the location is S2 of southeast quarter, south half of southeast quarter of Section 8, Township 6 North, Range 25 West. County is Logan. Field is B44, Wells Basin area. Commissioner Westfall has already said that he's recusing from this matter. Are there any other accusers from the committee? For the record, that Commissioner Westfall was the only recusal. Perkins, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Before I go too far, can we make sure our witness is, are you on, Dick? Can you hear?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
good. The pre-filed exhibits, Judge, are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, a list of the parties receiving notice. Exhibit B is structure map. C is an isopac map. D is an AFE for the proposed unit well. E is a letter of support from MMGK Arcoma LLC, which I'll just refer to as Merit, the Merit subsidiary or affiliate. F is a proof of publication. G is the affidavit of notice. The originals of F and G have been provided this morning to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are part of the record.
I have 2 witnesses today, but we only have one in front of the camera at the moment, so we'll start with him. This is Dick Sampson. Mr. Sampson is an expert in petroleum geology. His qualifications have been recognized by the commission previously in docket number 213-81. Long time. Would ask that his qualifications be recognized and that he be sworn.
His qualifications are recognized as an expert. And sir, I don't know if you can see me in the middle of the small. I'm right here.
Yeah.
Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, Dick. Thank you for being on with Zoom. And I'm just going to ask you, if you would, to explain to the commissioners this particular project and especially in reference to exhibits B and C that are attached to the application.
Okay, Exhibit B is a structure map that's drawn on the lower Carpenter marker, and that marker is about 500 feet above the productive Midlatoka nickel sand package. And the proposed unit outline is the south half of the southeast quarter of Section 8, Township 6 North, Range 25 West, consisting of 80 acres as highlighted on the map. The star symbol in the proposed unit indicates Riverfront's initial drilling location. And this location is in an area of south-southwest dip without any apparent faulting. There is some thrust faulting about a mile to the north of the proposed unit. And Exhibit C is a Midlatoka Nichols net sand map. And the Nichols is a stratigraphically complex interval of interbedded sands and shales deposited in a deep water environment with an overall thickness of approximately 400 feet. Wells that have been drilled in the area consist of vertical, directional, and horizontal wells. There are 2 vertical producing wells on Exhibit C. One is in the southeast quarter of Section 5 and one in the southwest quarter of Section 4. These wells have a 560-foot radius circle around the surface location, and the other wells on the exhibit are horizontal wells that have a 560-foot radius circles around the first and last perfs of their lateral. Wells that are direct offsets to the proposed unit have been labeled with cumulative production and current production rates. And the most significant well in the area is the Merit Energy USA number 2-9H, with a surface location in the northwest quarter of section 9 and a lateral extending east into the northeast quarter of section 9. However, the productive part of the lateral is all located in the northwest quarter. This well has produced approximately 14.5 BCF and is currently producing just under 1 million a day. Due to the significant amount of gas that has been produced from this well and others in the area, there is a high probability that the proposed 80-acre unit is experiencing drainage.
Thank you, Dick. And just to make clear, this is the proposed well here is a vertical well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And under B44 in this area for the middle of Toka, the setback requirements are 560 from the unit boundary. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this is not an exceptional location for the well. The unit size is exceptional. We'll get to that in just a moment with the land testimony. But I just want to be clear that the well is not in an exceptional location and doesn't require any particular circumstances there. So any questions for Mr. Sampson before we switch over to James Roller for land testimony?
Commissioners, any questions?
Did you correct the location?
I didn't. Thank you, Commissioner Liner. He pointed out to me just before the hearing on page 1 of the application, I had a typographical error in paragraph 2. I indicated that the unit well was 560 from the north line and 560 from the west line. That's incorrect. It's 560 from the east line, and that is what's indicated on the maps that are attached. I would ask that correction be made to the application.
That amendment is noted and it's going to be included as part of the record.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, any other questions, Mr. Simpson? If not, Mr. Perkins, your next witness.
All right, call James Roller.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, good.
I'm here in the middle. I'm the one waving my hand. Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Mr. Roller, would you just tell the commission your name and what is your connection to this particular project for Riverfront?
My name is James Roller. I am the general counsel and a staff landman here at Riverfront Exploration, and I have been involved with this project for Riverfront a little about 1.5 years, I guess I would say, trying to tie up the entirety of Section 8, which is everything other than this 80 acres is all federal acreage. And we can get into the discussion of that, but that's my association with this application.
So just for brevity's sake, I'm gonna summarize the story here. Why we're asking for an exceptional unit. It's a story you've all heard in those of you certainly that were here during the Faithful Shale have heard during some form or fashion, because it involves BLM acreage and the inability to get them to act. The entire remainder of this particular governmental section had been leased previously, and there is still an existing lease on a 40-acre tract in the very northern boundary of this unit, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But the remainder, 520 acres in the unit, was leased to Stevens, was leased to XTO, and XTO transferred its interest in this unit and many other wells to Stevens. During that process, I don't know whose fault it was, but someone missed a delay rental payment, and the BLM lease was terminated. But they recognized that shortly after, XTO applied for reinstatement of the lease in 2017. That application for reinstatement has been pending for 8 years, and each contact gets the same answer: we're working on it. So with that, I'm going to turn over to James and ask you specifically to tell the commission the steps that Riverfront Exploration has taken on its own to try to obtain a lease from the BLM, either by reinstating the existing lease or terminating it and putting it back up for auction.
And so in December of 2023, we approached the BLM asking if we could nominate the tract for lease, and they advised that there was a pending reinstatement, as Mr. Perkins described, so that it was not eligible. Having worked on that reinstatement personally at Stevens, that was my project at the time, I knew that they were not actually processing it. But in January of 2024, we followed up with them, and they indicated that the reinstatement had been processed and granted and was no longer pending. And the reason we advised that is because they had issued an APD to drill in June of 2018. But they quickly replied to us, and I guess by quickly, I mean within a month, that although an APD had been issued, no actual lease was valid and the reinstatement was still pending. So I have, numerous conversations via email with them, but the final say was in February of 2024. They advised that Stevens and XTO, even though they have both sold all of their Arkansas interests, both to Merit, at least in the Arkoma Basin, both to Merit, are the current owners of the federal lease in question. And they are finalizing the reinstatement. That was February of 2024, and they cannot move further with any request from Riverfront or anyone else to develop the 80 acres that we have privately leased.
So, James, you mentioned that Merit will, MMGK Arkoma LLC, we'll just refer to them as Merit. There is an active 40-acre lease in the northern edge of the unit that Merit owns now. Is that accurate?
That is correct. That 40 acres is held by other production, HVOP, as we say, from section 16.
And Merit would be the apparent heir to the reinstated lease should it ever actually be reinstated. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And so tell the commission about your contacts with Merit, and there is a letter of support from Merit attached to the application. Can you explain that to the commission, please?
Oh, happily. So Merit I approached Merit on behalf of Riverfront, simply explaining the situation to them. I had them, asked if they would mind doing their own assessment, and advised them that because we did not feel that the BLM was going to really process that reinstatement during our lifetimes, if they would support this application for an 80-acre spacing. And as you can see from what we've provided, they did their own review, and I can't really speak for them as far as what that involved, but after their own review, they agreed that this was probably the most likely outcome if the private acreage was ever going to get developed timely. So they've provided this letter of support in support of our 80-acre spacing.
So under B44, we basically have for the middle of Toka 40-acre spacing. It has to be 560 off the lease line or the unit line. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the granting of this application does not in any way harm Merit. Should they ever obtain that lease, they could develop the remainder of this section without any interference or any problems because you all have developed 80 acres in the southeast corner. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and it's worth saying that we're proposing at a legal location in the 80 acres, so there would be no affecting the setbacks that they might anticipate as a result of developing the remaining 560 acres.
Pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Commissioners, any questions? Apparently not.
Nothing else from me, Judge.
All right, with that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. Matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission?
I'll second.
Commissioners are quick, I'm sure. Who's the first? Who made the motion? Commissioner Weiser? Commissioner Lander, second. All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I guess maybe your witnesses log off, Mr. Perkins, because they're still hanging on here.
Yeah, they can log off.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for your testimony. Go ahead and log off if you'd like. You're up. First item on staff's docket, docket number 025A, that's 2025-04, L&L Energy Company. Company bids be the attorney of record, subject to request for order to compel compliance. Location is section 5, township 4 North, range 30 West. County is Scott, field is B44, well spacing area. Any recusals on this matter, commissioners? No, for the record, there were none. Continue our recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. I believe that the operator is also here and present.
Okay. Why don't you folks come on up and have a seat over here? And would you be so kind as to identify yourselves for the record? Pull that microphone close to you.
I'm Lita
Like maybe
Sharp.
put it in the middle of the both of you.
I'm Lita Sharp. I'm
Alright.
the owner and operator of Helen Hill Inn.
Okay. And who do you have with you, ma'am?
My son,
Okay.
I'm Steve Jenkins. I'm not sorry.
All right. Have a seat, folks. So I'm trying to figure out procedurally the process. What's going to happen is Pinkerton is going to go first. Are you going to call these folks as witnesses as well?
No, I only have one witness.
Okay, but he's only gonna have that one witness. You're gonna be allowed to ask questions of that witness. That's when you start. You're representing yourself here this afternoon, right? You don't have any charges.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me work you through the process, okay? I know it can be.
May I say something?
Sure.
You started. We're ready to plug this well. We got our funds ready. We're ready. We're waiting on the company, our company that we've got hired to come and get it done. Take care of it.
And we'll get to that, but so the process is gonna work is he's gonna go first. He's gonna call his witness. You're gonna be allowed to ask questions of that witness. Once he's done with his presentation, I'm gonna give you folks an opportunity to say exactly what you just said. The commission may ask you some questions in terms of the timing of this well plugging in the whole bit. But once everything is done, they'll make a decision one way or the other. But as we go through this process as the hearing officer, I run this hearing for the benefit of the commission, but I also run it for your benefit too, because you're here today. So if at any time you don't understand what's going on, you've got a question, raise your hand. I want to get on the same page with you because I want to make certain that your story is fully told in front of this tribunal. And if you think that's not happening, I'm not doing my job, okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and swear all three of you in because I would imagine all three of you may be testifying. So would you three of you raise your right hands? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And again, I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask questions. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you have the right to, okay? So this isn't like Perry Mason or anything like that, where there's going to be gotchas or whatever. It's not like that at all. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to tell your side, okay? All right. Please proceed, Sergeant.
Thank you, Judge Bolton. I would first move for admission pre-filed exhibits. They would include Exhibit A, the Commission Form 1 Organization Report. Exhibit B is the affidavit of notice. Exhibit C is the copy of notice of hearing. Exhibit D is the notice of violation that was issued by the Commission on April 4th, 2022. There was an error in the application. I want to make sure that's referenced. And then Exhibit E is the proof of public notice from the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I would move for admission of each of those exhibits into the record.
All right, the motion is granted, those exhibits are made part of the record. Let me ask you folks. He's already introduced some documents. Did you bring anything with you yourself?
I didn't know I was supposed to bring anything.
Not a problem at all, and you don't have to bring anything, but I was just curious as to whether or not you might have brought something that you want the commission to see. If you had brought, well, we'll get to that in a minute, okay? If you had brought something. But we're gonna let him start, and then we'll get to you, okay? All right, please proceed.
Thank you. This time I would ask for testimony from Mr. Hanson.
Please proceed.
Mr. Hanson, you work for the commission, is that correct?
Yes,
And what do you do with the commission?
I'm the Assistant Director of the Fort Smith Regional Office.
Mr. Hanson, are you aware that an application has been filed in docket number 025A-2025-04 against L&L Energy Company?
Yes,
And would you please explain to the commission why this application has been filed?
a notice of violation was issued in April of 2022, giving the operator 30 days to plug and abandon the well. It's been quite some time since April of 2022. The operator has been very communicative with commission staff, and but we're at the end of our administrative remedy and seek the commission's guidance.
What exactly is the basis for declaring the well abandoned, or the necessity for the well to be plugged? Why is the commission asking for such relief? Has there been any production in the last 2 years?
No production in the last 2 years.
Pass the witness.
I don't know which one of you would like to ask questions. You could vote. Do you have any questions for this gentleman?
No.
Okay, thank you both. Commissioners, any questions?
Was you Linville Sharp's wife?
Yes.
Okay. You was Benny Shelton's brother-in-law?
Yes.
Okay. Just
Well, I was really asking, Mr. Chairman, if you had questions for this gentleman. As you already said earlier, you're the boss.
No.
No objection.
All right, does that conclude the presentation?
Nothing further.
All right, your turn, folks. Would you be so kind as to tell the commission what's going on, where you are? And if you had documents, what you were gonna let them know in terms of what was going on? And both of you can talk, man, you can start first if you like.
Well, as you know, the gas prices have been way down. Also, I had a lot of trouble with a bunch of leaks in my pipeline. And, the boys, they had to fix them, and it took a while to get them all fixed because there were numerous holes in them. So, I didn't have the money to plug the well. And I now have it, and I'm now ready to plug the well. So I don't know if there's a problem now.
Is there anything you would like to add to that?
Well, just like I said a while ago, we're waiting on the plugging company to come and take care of it. We're waiting on them now.
Thank you both very much. Anything else you want to add? Any questions?
I have a few questions.
Sure.
Who is the operator that has been in contact with you about plugging this well?
Picture.
And have they given you a time frame for when they can come out and plug the well?
No, sir, they have not. They have not got back with me. They did tell me to start that they would be willing to plug the well. And they gave me a price,
What was the price?
$35,000.
Do you have any opposition to the commission affording 30 days to plug the well? Do you think that's a requisite period of time? Nothing further.
How deep is the well?
I don't know.
I don't know, maybe.
We can,
Okay.
It was originally, it was an uncontrolled lower Mansfield completion, in Mansfield field, open hole, so about 2,500 feet. I can also follow up with that they then, Mr. Sharp ran some production casing and completed a hole in the upper carpenter. I'm sorry, upper Mansfield.
Should it cost that much to plug it?
That's what they said.
Can I ask who they is?
Sorry,
Can I ask who they is?
a big tree.
Where?
There are 14. I think it's 14.
Virtue.
Virtue, I'm sorry, Virtue.
Yes.
Mike Oxley owns all of that.
Everybody's talking at once. She's gonna get mad. So, all right. Commissioner Wolford, did you have a question? Or a comment?
I mean, Preston's question, it seems a little high. And I'm wondering, wonder if we might not be able to find some folks over coming from the Oklahoma side. That might be able to do it.
Well, I have called some of them, but, they said they didn't want to have to deal with it.
Okay.
I've called a couple of them, but there are others that I could call.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've plugged the well.
Commissioner Thomas?
To the staff, how will they have to plug it? Pull that, pull tube in, can they set through wire line, and they have to pump cement plugs, and how they got, what's the requirement?
The rule gives them options to do the pump and plug method or to use a cast iron bridge plug.
And there is tubing in the way.
I don't think there is. I don't believe.
Some of these, it's
Is the well dead?
It's dead. Yeah, it's dead. It's not.
Could it be done with a boom truck and wire line? Coming back up there.
I don't know if he's over that. I wouldn't think that he's over where we are.
We're anxious to support the staff, the recommendation, plug the well, and your time, in my opinion, has expired. We sure would like to see you do it a little less month. So that's not really our purview as a commission, but I'd like. I don't know how to go forward other than to approve the staff's application, but maybe some wiggle room on some time. Then that'd be the end of the time. You understand that?
If you get it, that, give us time to search a better price.
Well, like I said, I hate to speak for good qualified staff and the work they've done. I know y'all tried, but we hate to see time wasted. We hate to see money wasted. That's our job, bit waste. So,
You probably get somebody pretty quick right now. I mean, there ain't a lot going on. It's kind of slow.
Any other questions or the commission? Anything else you folks want to add before I shut it down?
Nothing from staff.
Mr. Chairman?
what kind of time period would y'all like to give them that maybe they work a better situation?
The time period that we had in the application was 30 days. That's what we do for standard B7 applications like this. If the commission wants to afford more time, obviously we will abide by that order.
Can I make a motion?
No.
Well, hold on. I gotta tell you first. Okay. All right, anything else from anybody else? If not, I will shut the evidentiary part of the record down. Matters ready for adjudication. Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to give them 90 days, so maybe they can research a better situation.
So
A better price. Yeah, we're going, yes. We'd make a motion to plug and give you an extension of 90 days. Daniel? Okay.
The chair's made a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Thomas is seconded. Show of hands. She passes. Folks. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Next item on the staff docket, docket 027A 2025-04. Operator is Lake Oil Company, Magnolia Petroleum Company, Marsh and C&E, Dawson, Don East, Satterway, Flood Operating Company. Applicant is the attorney of record, subject to the request for well abandonment. Location, section 13, township. Location is set forth in the application. County is Watchtown, Columbia, Field is Stevens. Any recusals on this matter, commissioners? Up for the record, there were none. You are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. First, I would move for introduction into evidence pre-filed exhibits. That would include Exhibit A, the Form 1 organizational report for Layton Oil Company. Exhibit B is the Arkansas Secretary of State Business Organization Search for Layton Oil Company. Exhibit C is the annual well fee program assessment invoice for Magnolia Petroleum Company. Exhibit D is the commission annual well fee invoice for Marsh and C.E. Gosden. Exhibit E is the Form 1 organization report for Don E. Satterwhite Flood Operating Company. Exhibit F is our affidavit of service. Exhibit G is notice of hearing. And Exhibit H is the proof of public notice from the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I would move for admission of each of these exhibits into the record at this time.
Questions granted, those exhibits part of the record.
Thank you. At this time, I would put on some testimony from Mr. Robertson.
For Mr. Penn, you swear from the testimony that the area sharing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Rex Robertson,
Mr. Robertson, what do you do with the commission?
our meeting and UIC program manager here in the El Dorado Regional Office.
Mr. Robertson, you're aware that an application has been filed in docket number 027A-2025-0.
That's correct.
And why did the commission file this application?
The wells, they're in the area of the Stevens plugging program. The operator has not paid annual well fees. Should be declared abandoned, so the funds to flood the well.
So this is a request for well abandonment on 4 wells that have been found by staff, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say it's in the Stevens area, is that where we currently have a program where we're plugging old wells?
That's correct.
Okay. There's some photos that are in front of you. I'm going to label it as Exhibit I. Do you see these photos and do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, let's start on page 1 where it says Magnolia Petroleum Company, PN 5458, and it says dash Gosden PJ2. And then there's a photo below that. What is that a photo of?
It's a photo of a wellhead.
And that's one of the wells that we need to plug, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what about the photo right below that?
It's a photo of a wellhead, an old pumping unit. It's Gosden number 2. It's another well that needs to be plugged.
Okay, let's look at page 2. There are 2 photos. Can you identify those photos?
Yes.
What are they?
The top photo is the downside unit 6-1. Very good casing sticking up. That's well that needs to be plugged. And the bottom photo is the DC Smart N1. There's a pumping unit. Another well that needs to be plugged.
Is there any evidence that you've seen or that has been shown in the photos to indicate that these wells have been operated in a long time?
No, there is not.
No further questions, please.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, on the first, on the Gosden PJ2, how deep is that well?
I do not know.
You don't have any records on it? I've just, it has a right time head on it. I was just wondering what it was drilled to while they had that pressure head on there.
Yeah, I could look it up, but I do not have that information.
I'm just curious. Let's see.
Any other commissioners? If not, does that conclude the presentation?
It does.
Then I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to close. Matters ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission?
When we approve this presented.
Last agree to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Weiser, second. Show of hands. Motion passes. Next item, stop docket 028 A 2025-04, unknown operator. Pilkington is the attorney of record. Subject is request for well abandonment. Location is southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of section 4, township 16, south range 16 west. County is Union County, field is Smackover. Any recusals on this matter, commissioners? For the record, there were none. Okay.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Pre-filed exhibit, the only one I would have is the notice of hearing that we sent out. The exhibit A, I would move for admission of that exhibit into the record.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits make part of the record.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask for testimony from Mr. Robinson.
Robinson. From the testimony about the given this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson, you're aware that an application has been filed in docket number 028A-2025-04. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did commission staff file this application?
This is a well bore that loggers hit the wellhead and broke it off, bent it over, appeared to be 4.5 inch casing. We searched our record, we could find absolutely no record of this well being drilled or anything close to it in that area.
Just for clarification, is that why the application indicates an unknown operator, an unknown permit, an unknown well?
That is correct.
So we know the location, we know that it needs to be plugged, but we don't have a responsible party. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There's some photos that are right here in front of you. I'm going to list as exhibit B. Can you please explain what those photos are? It says top of the page, docket number 028A-2025-0.
Yes, the top photograph is the wellhead. It's, as you can tell, it's bent over. Really not much to say other than that. 4.5 inch casing. It does have tubing in it. The bottom of photograph is commission staff went in, dug around it, and was seeping a little oil, put some booms and flags around it.
Is there further remedial work that needs to be done at the site?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the commission what needs to be done?
The well needs to be plugged, stop the oil leakage. There is a little oil around the wellhead, but it is stopped being.
Just for clarification, I do want to move for admission of exhibit B, the photos that were just authenticated.
We need to make a motion to have that included.
Yes.
That motion is granted.
Nothing further to say.
Commissioners, any questions? We got a fly here in the commission. All right, seeing no questions, who the presentation, sir?
It does.
All right. I call the evidentiary part of the record to close. All right.
Second.
Commissioner Phillips made a motion approved, second by Commissioner Lawson. All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes. Next item 029A 2025-04. Operator Southern Energy of LA LLC. Is the returning record subject to request for order to compel compliance and assessment of civil penalty. Location section 11, township 27, range 20 north. County is Miller. Village of Odessa. Any recusals on this matter, commissioners? Commissioner Weiser has recused. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Pre-filed exhibits that I would move for admission. They would include exhibit A, the Form 1 organization report. Exhibit B is the affidavit of notice. Exhibit C is the copy of the hearing. Exhibit D is the notice of violation that was issued on February 10th, 2025 by commission staff. Exhibit E is the proof of public notice with the Arkansas Democratic Gazette. Commission staff would move for admission of each of these exhibits into the record.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are part of the record.
This time I would take testimony from Mr. Looney.
You swear from the testimony about the hearing this hearing that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Mr. Looney, you're aware that an application was filed in docket number 029A-2025-04. That's correct.
Yes.
And why did commission staff file this application?
The story on this begins on or around February 5th as, I guess I'm considered a liaison to the State Division of Emergency Management, and I get their duty reports from the State Watch Office every 12 hours. Occasionally something pops up that's on my radar, and this one, the Miller County Office of Emergency Management had sent to the State Watch Office their review of a spill of oil or produced fluids in Miller County. And they cited a particular well sign that they found nearby. So that keyed me in. I looked on my phone real quick trying to figure out who that was. And it was in Rodessa Field, the Rodessa unit operated by Southern Energy of LA, LLC. Sent an email, got a quick response from the owner of that company, and unfortunately can't pronounce his name. He goes by Leo, YIHUZHUZHU. But a quick response that they get right on it. And so there were several emails back and forth. We made 3 or 4 inspections and go through the pictures here in a minute, I suppose. But at the end of the day, here about end of March, after the last inspection and review of those photographs, I sent an email to him that based upon our review, they needed to conduct some additional reconnaissance and or recovery abatement, and to send me an email, let me know about it. We spoke over the phone 3 or 4 times during this, and he was always polite and courteous. Then on around about March 25th, he just quit responding at all. And I've not been able to get a response from him since then. And that's why we're here today.
Based on your observations and the evidence provided to commission staff, do you believe that the operator is in violation of General Rule B34?
Yes.
Would you please quickly explain why?
He hasn't finished the abatement of a produced fluid spill.
And it's my understanding from the application that we're requesting an order compelling remedial work. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the remedial work has not been finished at this well for this release. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe there is a request for civil penalties in this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you believe that the computation of $1,000 for civil penalty is adequate?
Yes.
Pursuant to our rules?
Yes.
Nothing further from staff.
Any questions, commissioners? What's the civil penalty amount that you're asking for?
It's $1,000. I have a little bit of the photos I just want to go through real quick too.
Anything else you need to add?
Real quickly, the photos for Mr. Lenny.
Okay.
Mr. Lenny, there are some photos that are in front of you that list this docket number. Can you please explain what those photos show?
Certainly. This was a produced fluids line leak. We believe it came from a tank battery. If you look at page 1 of the composite of the photos here, you can see a tank battery in the background. It sort of ran down the edge of what we believe to be this power line right here. The Office of Emergency Management actually sent us a video of it bubbling when they found it and everything. It was a few days after that before we got there. And I think it about stopped, but as you can see on page 2, the top page is the actual spill site. The bottom of page 2 is where it entered into the woods right there. You move to page 3, this is February 25th, and discovery was on or about the February 6th. I should have mentioned our first picture was February 10th on page 2. They had disturbed the soil, but at that time we didn't see any soil amendment, any fertilizer, anything that suggests they followed B34 to help this. I mean, it's a saltwater spill, not the easiest thing to clean up when saltwater gets out. And then page 4, again, the tank in the top, bottom, you see they came back and put some hay on it. You can start to see a little bit of browning in the background.
with that site. And then page 5 is more or less our last visit, I think. And it went about 500 feet into the woods before we found the end of what we believe the salt water may have reached and everything. So I talked with them on the phone and sent an email, like I said earlier, that additional work may be necessary and they needed to review it. He needed to file maybe a supplement form 24 and read some more abatement work. And he had not done anything additional since we've been there on this last inspection, and he's not reached out to me about this any longer.
Commission staff would move for admission of these photos as exhibit A.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Anything else?
Nothing further.
I probably evidentiary part of the record will close. Matters ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission?
Move we approve as presented.
Mr. Lawson moves to approve. Is there a second? Liner seconded. Show of hands. Motion passes. Last item. Well, this looks familiar. It's docket number 030A 2025-04. Operator is Southern Energy of LA, LLC. And it's the attorney of record. Subject to request for order to assess civil penalty. Location is section 11, township 20 south, range 28 west. County is Miller, field is Odessa. Any recusals on this matter? Mr. Weiser is recused. Recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. I have some pre-filed exhibits I would move for admission. They would include the Commission Form 1 Organizational Report as Exhibit A. Exhibit B is the affidavit of notice. Exhibit C is the copy of notice of hearing. Exhibit D is the notice violation that was issued on February 10th, 2025 by Commission staff. Exhibit E is the proof of public notice from the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. Commission staff would move for admission of each of these exhibits into the record.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are made part of the record.
I would take testimony from Mr. Leasing.
William? Swear affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Looney, you're aware that an application has been filed in docket number 30A-2025-04. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed that this also includes Southern Energy of LA LLC. It's like a previous application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why did commission staff file two separate applications?
So going back to my previous testimony and the record of the spill being first called in by the Miller County Office of Emergency Services, State Watch Office. And the next morning, subsequent emails and conversations with Leo, the principal of Southern Energy of LA LLC. I basically said, you need to go check your well sites and look and find everything that's gone wrong down there, because the information I was given was on one particular well, and it actually was flowing down the hill and not the well, the tank battery and everything in the last docket. This one was more well specific. And they actually found this one before we could even get over there. This was the original one that they had found prior to us showing them, when we arrived on location, the spill from the previous docket. So I asked Leo about his operation in terms of when they make rounds and so forth and so on. And it sounded to me, and I'm not going to try to answer for him, but from what I understood, he has a contract pumper, and it's one of those who should be doing what. And a few days later, I get a call from the contract pumper. He says who should be doing what or paying for it. So what we have is a resulting spill that came from this well on this well location. And they did respond to it this top. If I could just look at the picture, just a single page, just two pictures of it. top picture is actually taken either by Leo or by the contract pump. Sent by email to me, turned in by them saying, hey, we found it. And it's before we actually could get over there with an inspector. And then the bottom picture is an abated well site. It pretty much stayed on the well site in this case. And they did take proper measures to comply with the abatement part of it. However, it appears anyway, they don't routinely look at each well site. Couldn't tell me how long this had been going on. And he didn't notice us and he didn't do proper measures of B34 costs. It's all determined or found based upon the state watch office due.
On the separate release, there has been an abatement of the release, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I believe commission staff is requesting a penalty though because of violation of general rule B34, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the amount that commission staff is seeking to be assessed is $1,000, is that correct?
That's correct.
Judge Moulton, I would move for admission of Exhibit F as the photos that Mr. Lee testified about.
Motion granted, exhibit F has been part of the record. Thank you for the presentation.
It does.
I apologize, I jumped right ahead. Any questions from Mr. Looney? With that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to close. Matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Chair has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawson, second. All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes with one refusal.
Judge Moulton, I believe
The
there's,
agenda is our open docket. Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe there was an emergency application. It was just
There is.
week two.
Where is it?
It's not on the agenda because we literally filed it late last week.
All right. Well, I don't even have a docket call on this one, Daniel. No. The director has just needed. All right. Docket number on this one is 031A 2025-04. Emergency request for expenditure of funds from the abandoned and orphan well plugging fund. Operator unknown, permit unknown, well unknown, field of smack over. Location is section 21, township 16, south range 15 west. You are recognized. Any recusals on this matter, commissioners? For the record, there were none.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. This was filed late last week. We included some photographs that we have pre-filed. I've moved for admission of exhibits A through K, the pre-filed photographs. I've moved for those to be introduced into the record.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits made part of the record.
Thank you. At this time, I would take testimony from Mr. Looney.
You swear from the testimony about you giving this period to the truth, be able to conduct the vote. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Looney, you're aware that an emergency application was filed in docket number 31A-2025-04. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did commission staff file this emergency application?
Basically, there is presence of oil in a yard at the corner of Pure and North Texas Street in pretty much close to downtown Orphan. It's north anyway. It's present in the yard.
And abatement activity needs to happen at this site, is that correct?
Seeking guidance really as to what we're going to do. There is one more site that I didn't quite get to. It's a few hundred feet away that has some piping and a valve and it looks like an old bell housing that could have had a filter in it maybe or something that we exposed some soft digging around this. So we have two sites actually in North that have some oil present. Of an unknown origin.
So we don't know who the operator is or what well could possibly be associated with this, is that correct?
Correct. We don't know. I can't see in the ground no more than the person that might be standing next to me.
they're talking to one or more citizens there. There's a pipeline that previously supplied crude, left a very, very large 80,000 barrel storage tank that ran through town and ended up at the McMillan refinery. You know, I really don't recall, it's all, that part is all post-production, and I don't have a whole lot of subject matter knowledge about that. McMillan also had an office, some field office, operating wells, stuff, and so I'm aware that they filed bankruptcy somewhere in the middle, late 1980s. And sort of went out of business shortly thereafter. I don't know exactly the date the refinery was shut down and then scuttled. I think it may have been a Superfund site, but again, that's sort of out of our sandbox. So we know from people that believe they know, I suppose, that line runs through there. But it is in Norfolk, which is 100-year-old area of that oil extraction histories there too.
There's some photographs in front of you. I believe the first one says Northwood Project. Can you explain what those photos show? The first one you have as Exhibit A. Please explain what those photos show.
Yes, Exhibit A. These photographs were not taken or prepared by me, but they do look very familiar. But I think they may have come through other staff in E&E perhaps. They don't include the 80,000 barrel in the tank for it, but in the top left-hand corner, you'll see a pin at what they're saying is 401 Pure Street. That is the address or house at least area right there that the oil is present in the side yard and goes down the hill and around toward the railroad tracks, which is probably showing up in the picture. And then as you follow along, sort of in the right of way, there's a walking track there and the railroad tracks and so forth. You head down to the pin in the lower right, and it's an excavated line with a boom. There's actually two lines in there, two different size lines. One typically, I would say, goes that general direction of the first pin. But our staff did an excavated doesn't mean with an excavator. It means we took a shovel and did a real soft dig around it, see what we might find. And we put a boom around it because it had leaked there and it was easy to find. But off to if this is orientated, I'll see a direction to tell you if it was, if you go off the top left part of the piece of paper, you would end up at that 80,000 barrel tank sitting a little ways off. And then the lower right, and it's just ever so slightly off, is the old McMillan refinery site, just as point of reference and everything. All right, so Exhibit B is some of the findings, and it's an undated photo, but this is the concrete around the near drive or parking area at this house on Pure Street, where some of this oil had come up and surfaced. It sees a little bit better picture. You can see the concrete drive again, and all around the edge of it and sort of leading down the hill toward a little bit of a ditch area you might see there. Exhibit D is a close-up of all in the This is E is that's the back of their fence and the property line. Back of the fence, I'm assuming the property line. I don't know that, but fence anyway. F's a little bit better picture to get a perspective of it. You see the culvert and you see the oil path coming around their house there behind the yard. G, as it continues on, sort of gets the edge of the right of way for the railroad tracks to a point that about to terminate. But H follows it on further. I is a picture of oil staining on the crest. I couldn't tell you where that fits in this bill, but it's assuming in that area. Make it close, it's a close-up, and in that same area of the house. And then we go to the pin that was in the lower right portion. An area that we did excavate a little bit around with shovels, just to take an easy look there. And we did find two sides of the piping. One headed in that general direction and one went in a different direction. But again, I can't be in that ground no more than the next person to tell you what there may be there.
There's some other photos that are in front of you that we're going to mark as Exhibit L. Do you recognize these photos?
Yeah, these are photos that we took or had prepared for us. Staff.
And those show photos of the release that needs to be abated.
They are very similar in nature. That's why I was familiar with the others, but these, this includes a dot of the old 80,000 barrel, nicknamed Big 80 is what I understand, tank. Along with pictures of that tank that show the top off of it. Some of the fluids that remain, some appear to be oil and water emulsion in it. We went out there and looked at that tank, and it appears that it may have somewhere 6 to maybe a little more than 6 feet of fluid in it. If it is indeed all fluid, we don't know what's in the bottom of the tank, honestly. It's approximately 40 feet tall and 120 feet in diameter. So they say Big 80, I agree, it's a Big 80, the 80,000 barrel tank would be. And then the following pictures, you see the house a little bit more in oil, but you can see where the concrete pad was and the oil coming off, and as it wraps around the gate, it's the railroad right away and the point of termination. And these pictures are 2 different dates. The early pictures were taken I don't see a date on these earlier pictures. We went back about a week later and I see pictures dated 4/15. I was thinking it was exactly a week earlier. Okay, 4/8, April 8th. The pictures were initially taken of the tank and the first set of the yard on April 8th, and then last 2 pages for April 15th. This
I would move for admission of Exhibit L photos that were just authenticated.
Exhibit is admitted.
Mr. Looney, one last question. Do you believe, does commission staff believe it's necessary to have an expenditure from the abandoned Orphan Well Fund to remediate the site at this time?
If we are directed by the commission to remediate it, yes, we would need those funds.
Nothing further.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lee?
What's your plans with the Big 80?
If I can interject here.
Sure.
Staff prepared this application in my direction. So this situation cropped up and Mr. Looney, I want to make sure that the record's clear here. We suspect that the release of oil is related to the pipeline and potentially the Big 80 storage tank, correct?
Yes.
That's a suspicion.
Yes.
That is our suspicion right now, but it is unknown as to whether this is a production related release or whether it was a refinery related release. The request is basically for us to expend funds to the extent that we can determine whether or not it's jurisdictional for the Oil and Gas Commission to go any further. If our speculation is correct and it belongs to the pipeline and to the Big 80, then we will track down who the appropriate authority is that we need to refer that to. Like Mr. Looney said, this is at least our estimation, a previous or active Superfund site. So basically, we're requesting funds to expend to determine whether or not this is something that's within the jurisdiction of the commission. No more, no less.
You're not wanting money to go fix into that.
We're trying to.
It's all tied to the Superfund side.
That's our.
We can tie these occurrences back.
That's our speculation, but we need to be able to determine that conclusively so that we can.
But that fluid that's in the big 80s, gotta be rainwater, for the skim of oil.
Mr. Looney's seen pictures of the big 80 and what may or may not be in it. You have any estimation of what may or may not be in the big 80?
Well, it's obviously open top, so we have a tremendous amount of rain. And the coincidence of it, the oil occurring in the yard right after we had a 5+ inch rain makes you think that the tank caused it. And it's very plausible. In speaking to one of the local citizens, Mr. Scoggins, who worked for McMillan for a while, and I knew him when I was in the field and everything. He's pretty frank about where that line lays, and it takes a really big dip to go through go under the railroad track, and then it's got to go back uphill quite a ways, and then it turns a 90 from that yard where the oil leaked. And so it would take a bit of a push to get that oil, I think, up there. So it's also possible that it's backflowing in that line from the refinery disconnect, wherever that is, whatever they did with it underground, or even at that other site that's has shown some leakage that we found. It could be that they're simply it backflowed that way. And
Have you been to the old refinery site?
no, sir.
On the picture of the tank, it looks to me like that floating roof tank was common in the 40s and 50s. So it's likely that roof's on the bottom. And looking at stats exhibits J, K, the flange connection on the right, I'm just check that. I'm looking at this picture. You see it ending up out of the ground, the nipples, and then it's flanged, and then flanged into probably a stop valve, plug valve, and it's held back in the ground. So they did some kind of switching, blocking off or something there. And I don't think it has anything to do with the Arkansas Oil and Gas Commission.
That is our speculation as well, but we want to be able to make that determination.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, but I think that's what that is. And we need to be careful.
We will be very mindful of both the expenditure of funds and.
You spend what you want, but I just don't, we certainly don't want to take that tank. I agree with the staff.
Any other questions for Mr. Liddy or the director?
How much funds do you think it's gonna take to figure this out?
I would defer to Mr. Lenny on a guesstimate of what do you think it would cost us to be able to determine whether or not that's a refinery related line.
So we will have to make some assumptions, because I can't.
I understand.
Right, so
Understand.
we found what looks like a 6-inch and 4-inch ID. When I think about pipelines, I revert back to my PHMSA cap. It's all ID. It's some 4 3/4, 6 5/8, 6 3/4 OD pipe that we see potentially leaving the big 80 tank, although we don't know exactly where it heads, right? Mr. Scoggins said that part of that line is visible at the top of the ground on part of his property. He called me this morning, right as the hearing was starting. I said, that's good. We plan a visit and we'll call you when we come. And we may do a little soft dig and measure. And then if we want to dig the resident's yard to a point, and try to find that leak. We will try to do that. Obviously, that pipe's gonna be in bad condition at least, right? I don't wanna make matters worse, but what I'm saying is we would just stair step our way back and see if we find the same size pipe, same size pipe, same size pipe, and we will have to assume that it's the common pipe that flows from the big 80 to the refinery site.
We know the big 80.
Pardon?
We know the big 88 hours.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't.
So if you determine that pipeline's connected to it, that really don't happen to anything.
Well, I won't be looking for a change if all of a sudden I run into a 2-inch line that's leaking out there for some reason.
So if you determine that there's a big line there, like it looks almost obvious, probably is. What do you do at that point? You just gonna dig, you just gonna dig and see if it's a line and cover it back up?
Make whatever findings and determinations or assumptions, and I will put it in a letter, an email, and I will send it to Director York as quickly as I can.
Any other questions from the commission? Can we go?
Nothing further.
Director, does this document have some historical significance from the perspective of this is your first official act as director?
I think it may have that significance.
We're talking to say this one. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and file the evidence you're part of this record will close. Matters ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Make a motion to approve. Commissioner Thomas made the motion to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Weiser seconded. All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes. All right, next item on the agenda, open docket. Commission will hear public comments concerning the following areas of commission jurisdiction. Whether or not waste of oil and or gas is taking place or is reasonably imminent. The optimum equitable rate of production for each controlled source of supply. Whether or not any rules and regulations currently in effect should be considered for revision. Whether additional rules should be considered in any other matter brought before the commission over which it has jurisdiction. No response from the public. Director York, you're up.
I will keep this very brief. First and foremost, I just wanted to acknowledge what an honor and privilege it is to serve as director of the Oil and Gas Commission, and I do appreciate the trust that y'all bestowed on me for that. I will do my level best to live up to that expectation and the foundation that Director Bingle set for me. A brief lawsuit on our newest jurisdictional area of operation, digital asset mining. We had a hearing in federal court Friday before last that was 6 hours long. I ended up about 8 p.m. that Friday night. It was especially fun to be in. Thankfully, I did not have to testify for those who did. I'm sympathetic to them because it was long and arduous and not fun. I speculate that we will be receiving an order from the federal judge and joining us in some aspect at some point. That is my speculation and speculation alone. And I have been wrong before, but that's what I'm thinking will happen.
Who's your judge?
Baker. We are.
Take place in a little while.
It did. We're approaching the end of the fiscal year. I intend to give y'all an update as we get across the end of the fiscal year. So y'all can anticipate a budget update from me in August to close out this fiscal year and open up the next fiscal year. You should each have in front of you a small envelope with fresh business cards in there. And I passed out the reimbursement forms. If you haven't gotten it back to me, please do so. I'll make sure that those reimbursements get processed. That is pretty much.
You want to talk about it?
Secretary Corey was probably going to be the one to speak to you about this, but the intention is to create and assign arkansas.gov email accounts to each of you in your capacity as commissioners, so that communication from staff to you as commissioners would go to that account. The reason for that is kind of twofold. It is an official account of the state, but it also greatly simplifies Freedom of Information Act requests and compartmentalizes that communication on your end. So I will follow up and give y'all more information on that as I know more, but I believe that's the intent, is to go that direction.
They'll be easy to determine what they are.
But that is all I have. Thank you again.
Meeting adjourned.
I know.